Well, good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank you all for being here tonight as I begin tonight's special presentations. Tonight, I will be presenting a certificate of recognition for an individual that has further shaped the fire department culture into one that is headstrong in serving our community while also promoting individual growth through the hard work displayed in times of crisis and in everyday life. Without further ado, I'd like to recognize firefighter paramedic Andrew Farquar as the Firefighter of the Year for 2024. Firefighter Farquar, please come up to the microphone. And you have to correct me on that name, so. Farquar?
Farquar.
Just like it's spelled. Congratulations, brother.
Thank you.
Andrew has dedicated 6 years to the city of Moreno Valley and has been able to serve our community through a wide range of emergency responses. Andrew's journey began in a paramedic internship at Station 99, whose early experience gave him a firsthand look of professionalism in the public safety setting. Teamwork and high expectations defined his experience and solidified his goals in the department. Firefighter paramedic Farquar is determined to continue his tenure of service to the citizens of Moreno Valley and the County of Riverside well into the future. Please join me in recognizing our Firefighter of the Year for the City of Moreno Valley for 2024, Andrew Farquar. And as we normally do, I hope you had a little speech prepared because we're going to ask you to say a few words. So yeah, go ahead, sir.
I just want to say thank you to my wife in the back for being so supportive, for supporting me through anything that I do here at work, here in the city, especially while taking care of my 2-year-old and having a baby on the way as well. I want to say thank you to all the men and women that I work with here in the city for helping me become who I am, teaching me everything, and then also for the city, for you guys being so supportive for our department, helping us out. It's easy to do a good job when you have everyone back here supporting you. So thank you.
Awesome. Let's take some photos with City Council and then we'll ask for your family to come up as well. And 1, 2, and 3. Wonderful.
Okay, hold it, please. One more. Eyes over here, eyes over here. Okay, we got this.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you, Council Member, and good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us on this special occasion. It's my honor to take a moment today to recognize and celebrate an essential public servant whose dedication often goes unnoticed, but is vital to the smooth operation of our local government, our Municipal Clerk. As we mark the 56th Annual Municipal Clerks Week, we acknowledge the professionalism, integrity, and tireless work that clerks bring to their roles every single day. From maintaining public records and supporting transparent governance to overseeing elections and providing essential services to residents. Municipal clerks are truly the unsung heroes of our communities. That being said, I'd like to invite our city clerk, Ms. Patty Rodriguez, to the microphone. And can we all give her a round of applause? Ms. Patty is the backbone of our local government operations, handling our record keeping, working with the registrar of our elections, maintaining public relations and transparency. I don't want to take too much of her spotlight, so Patty, please, if you want to share a few words on behalf of the Municipal Clerks Week and your department.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. I have a couple words here I want to share. So, dear Mayor and council members, city manager and city attorney, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to each and one of you. Mayor Cabrera, where are you at? Over here. Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz, Councilmember Delgado, Councilmember Gonzalez, and Councilmember Bernard for the beautiful in celebration of Municipal Clerks Week. It truly was an honor to be recognized. I am deeply grateful for your thoughtful acknowledgement of the work that we do in the City Clerk's office. As someone who serves with the heartfelt of public servant, I genuinely say that I truly love what I do. It's a privilege to continue to serve every single day, and serving is something meaningful to me. I also want to express my sincere appreciation to two amazing colleagues of mine, the city manager, Brian Mohan, and city attorney, Steve Quintanilla. As the top executives of the organization, we truly work exceptionally well together, and we really do. I'm grateful not only to call them my colleagues, but my besties. Thank you again all for this time to recognize the profession. This was a meaningful moment, and go Madam City Clerk Patty. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty, and for everything you do for the city. Now, the picture.
All righty. And thank you so much, Councilmember Gonzalez, for that presentation and for the third and final presentation of this afternoon. We are recognizing 5 exceptional students, and I'd like to take a moment to spotlight the organization behind their success and so many others for many, many years here in the city of Moreno Valley and beyond. The acronym is FIATM, which stands for Family is All That Matters. That's a nonprofit organization that was founded in 2005. FIATM's mission is to support at-risk youth, teen mothers, and families through programs that encourage positive decision-making and a better quality of life. Through initiatives like the Mentoring to Success program and the eSTEAM initiative focused on economics, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, FIATM provides tutoring, counseling, and personal development tools to help students thrive both in and outside of the classroom. FIATM has shown an enduring commitment to uplifting young people and families across Moreno Valley, and their efforts continue to leave a meaningful and lasting mark on our community. Joining us this evening is Kuba Brown, founder and chair of FIATM, the FIATM Group, Inc., along with his team, we have Yandra Thomas and others, to help us recognize the following students for their achievements. And if you don't mind joining me, Kuba, can we give Kuba and Yandra and the team a big round of applause as they join me here at the microphone? He's also a coach, so he's good at giving orders and directions, and folks tend to follow, right? A little bit. Every now and then. So As the team joins me here, we're going to call up the youth one by one, and we have certificates right over here to our left. Maybe we can tag team this and pass it to them as they come up. Okay, so the first one, young man that we have here is Angelo Jimenez Marquez, attending Mountain View Middle School. Angelo has made great progress in both academics and citizenship. Here's a little token of appreciation for all your accomplishments.
Yes, her mom is here.
All right, and next up, I don't want to butcher this, so correct me if I'm wrong. Skylin Johnson Overman, Moreno Valley High School. Yes, please come on up and join us. Skylin's mom, if you could join us up here. Skylin is a senior and maintains a over 4.0 GPA and is actively involved in the mock trial team, basketball, track and field, cheer, serves as ASB secretary, and is a member of the Black Student Union. Congratulations, well done. Next up, Kamari Boone, a student at Palm Middle School. Student at Palm Middle School, Kamari excels academically with a 4.0 GPA and participates in youth athletics. What do you play? What sports?
I did all-star cheer, sideline cheer, track, gymnastics. I did martial arts.
Let them hear you, because that's a lot. I gotta let you.
Come on now.
I did track, sideline cheer, all-star cheer, softball, martial arts, gymnastics.
And a 4.0.
And I have a 4.0. And I think that's it.
Absolutely amazing. And next up, we have Jasper Childs. If you could please join us at the microphone. Jasper is also from Mountain View Middle School and has shown notable academic improvement and a strong commitment to positive citizenship. Congratulations. This is for you. And last but not least, Brooklyn Barr, also from Mountain View Middle School. Brooklyn has demonstrated personal growth with a decrease in disciplinary actions and an increase in leadership and engagement. Now, all 5 of these students embody what's possible when hard work, perseverance, and community support come together. Their success is a reflection of the values that Phi Etum strives to nurture every single day. And I've seen firsthand the work that you do in and out of the classroom. I've been honored. I've had the opportunity to come out and actually talk to some of the students in your classrooms, and it's just amazing the work that you do and that relationship that you build with those students, you know, building up the leadership skills and, you know, respect and all those type of skills that are going to just be so helpful for them for the rest of their life. And with that said, I would like to hand the microphone and the floor over to Kuba Brown so he can share a few words as well.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council members, I appreciate you guys having us and having Phi Etum here with you guys. I told these youngsters that I'm going to put them on blast. So as adults, too often than not, we don't give ourselves flowers. We want to wait until somebody passes away to give them their flowers and tell them how good they did and all of that stuff. With Phi Etum, all that comes to an end with us. Where's Brooklyn? Where's Brooklyn? Come on up here. Come on. So Miss Barr, to me, is my crown jewel. Last year, Miss Barr went through 24 disciplinary actions. You've been with me for how long? What, a year and a half? Right? Year and a half. She went from 24 to 8. And if we, as adults, don't honor the small steps that each of these youngsters are taking, what are they doing it for? So I appreciate the City Council in honoring this one. Miss Barr, thank you for your efforts. Now, go on, step back. Mr. Angelo is my second crown jewel up here. When we received Angelo 2 years now, my man had D's and F's. His accomplishments, always getting in trouble, but his accomplishments, he now has B's and C's. Might not be straight A's, but the effort to go from D's and F's to B's and C's and to eliminate the disciplinary issues goes beyond what we've expected. You have two young sisters right over there that's watching you. Your next step is where? Starts with a C, bro. Come on.
College.
Come on. Where?
College.
College. That's where we headed. All right? Let's go. Mr. Childs. This young man here, this young man here is swift with these things right here. All the adults know what I'm saying? Y'all tracking with me? He loves to do this. But then, attitude-wise, I've seen this young man. I'm proud of this young man right here. I've seen him go from 10 down to 2 to walk away from a fight because of instructions and because of a relationship that he has with me. He might not always want me there, but I'm gonna be completely 100. Have I not been? Every time you called on me, haven't I been there? I'm gonna be completely 100. We're not gonna sugarcoat anything for any of these kids. I have seen him go from 10 to 2 to walk away from a fight and defend. His two younger brothers are back in the back, and I have them at 2 other different schools. But they look up to you, bro. And we are here. That's what this is about. I didn't tell him why he was coming, but that's what this is about. So that you can understand that what you're doing is not going unnoticed. Right? Let's go. Appreciate you, bro. Miss Boone. This young lady, when I heard what this young lady was doing and what she was going through with all the athletics, with all of the academics, and for her to carry a 4.0. Now, I'm gonna go a little racial here for a second, right? That's what, I'm not gonna go too off board, but I'm gonna go a little racial here for just a second for this young lady. Is that okay? There's not many black women, young black women, that are doing what you are doing at this age. And if we as adults cannot see you for who you are and what you're doing, now those two people in the front, your parents, they get all the credit. I can't take credit for you. Firefighter cannot take credit for you. Your parents and what you're doing stands tall. And one day you're gonna be up here. You're gonna be leading. You understand? Don't ever give it up. I am proud of your accomplishments. Firefighter family is proud of your accomplishments, and we honor you today as well. Yes, ma'am. My last one, Skylin, she got a concussion and could not make it. But you read what Skylin is doing, mock trial team, 4.0 plus. She was actually one of our cheerleaders in our youth football, and she's come all the way, and she's a senior in high school at Moreno Valley High School. This young lady is putting it down. I hate that she couldn't make it here, but I appreciate you allowing me in all them girls' lives. And her dad is here too. I appreciate what you do for Firefighter, right? He's actually the president now of our athletics department. But as a city, kids don't have to have a 4.0 to be appreciated. Let's begin appreciating the efforts of what they're doing. These are the ones that are going to take care of our next generation. let's start paying it forward and giving them their flowers now. Thank you.
I'll leave it at that. He said everything that needed to be said, so I would like to invite my colleagues on the council, if you could join us here so we could take a nice group picture.
Step up back toward the steps there. Take some steps back. Anyone who's taller, if I can get you in the back.
Family, if you guys want to come get a picture with them,
Yeah, if you all
stand
fill in the
behind.
middle. Front there. Get these two gentlemen a few steps over. There we go. You want them on the middle step and then these guys scrunch in? I think we're good right here. Yeah, you're good. All right, here we go. And we're gonna do 1, 2, and 3. All right, we got it. I'll let everyone else get a photo.
Hey, each of you turn around and introduce yourself to the city council.
Nice to meet you and congrats. I can't even spell water.
All right, can we give them another big round of applause, please? And with that, we will adjourn our special presentations for this evening. Thank you so much for joining us, everybody at home. Thanks for tuning in. And we'll get started with our regular council meeting in about 7 minutes. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the joint meeting of the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley. The City Council receives a separate stipend from the Community Services District if any CSD business is conducted at this meeting. I now call this meeting to order on May 6, 2025 at 6:03 p.m. Pledge of Allegiance. Would any of my colleagues like to lead us in the pledge this evening? I'll do it. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilmember Gonzalez. Please remain standing after the pledge for the invocation given this evening by Pastor Bill Martin from Movement Church.
Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Almighty and ever-present God, tonight as we gather with those who serve the people of Moreno Valley, we call upon you, our shepherd, our guardian, our provider. Just as the psalmist wrote, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," we acknowledge that all we have, all we steward, and all that we govern flows first from your hand. Lead us into green pastures, pastures of possibility, of growth, of prosperity. In your presence, we're reminded that our city is not merely buildings and streets, but people, families, workers, elders, children, each carrying dreams, struggles, and dignity. But you lead us beside still waters. And tonight, I ask that you would still the council's mind and quieten their hearts. In the midst of differing opinions and the pressure of decisions, grant them the calm assurance that truth can be spoken with grace and progress can be pursued with peace. Restore our souls, so restore the purpose of this council as public servants. Renew the vision that first called each person here to leadership, to uplift the vulnerable, to protect the common good, and to build a future of opportunity, equity, and justice. Guide us, O God, in paths of righteousness for your name's sake. May the decisions that are made tonight be rooted not in self-interest or partisanship, but in the enduring values of service, stewardship, and compassion. And even when we walk through the valley of the shadow of challenge, whether economic hardship, public health crisis, or community division, we will fear no evil, for you are with us. Go before this council and beside them, your rod and your staff, may they comfort them, correct them, and guide them toward unity. Prepare a table before us, a table of dialogue, responsibility, and possibility. Even in the presence of disagreement or obstacles, you anoint our council's efforts with hope, fill their cups with resolve, with wisdom, and with mutual respect. Surely your goodness and mercy shall follow Moreno Valley and all of its leaders, workers, residents, today, tomorrow, and for generations to come. May this council be instruments of your justice, voices of peace in a noisy world, and hands that build not for the few, but for the good of all. And may we leave this meeting renewed in our calling, reminded that we do not lead alone, but under the watchful care of the one who leads us still. And it's in your holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor. With that, we'll go ahead and move into item D. Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you for a roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Here.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Here.
Councilmember Delgado,
Here, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz,
Here.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That brings us next to item E, motions to excuse. We are all present, so we'll go ahead and move into item F, staff introductions, please.
Patty Rodriguez, City Clerk.
Paul Bradvica, Deputy City Clerk.
Sonia Gomez, Management Assistant.
Stephen Quintanilla, City Attorney. Brian Mohan, City Manager.
Lonnie Jimenez, Assistant City Manager of Administration.
Dina Heel, Chief Financial Officer, City Treasurer.
Sean Kelleher, Assistant City Manager Development.
Angelica Fraustelupo, Community Development Director.
Melissa Walker, Director of Public Works.
Jeremy Bubnick, Director of Parks and Community Services.
Robert Cardenas, Human Resources Director.
Keith Gemmel, Acting Economic Development and Housing Director.
Sarah Mack, Chief of Police.
And Jesse Park, Fire Chief.
Thank you very much, staff. It's always a pleasure to be in the chamber to conduct the people's business. Next up is item G, approval of order of the agenda, and I now would like to call for a vote on the approval of the order of the agenda.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes. And that motion carries unanimously. Next up is item H, public comments on matters that are not on the agenda. The city now offers language translation services through a free app called Wordly. The app automatically translates a variety of languages into English and vice versa. To use this service, please scan the QR code found at the speaker's sign-up table here by the double doors. For the visually impaired, please use your earphones or earbuds to listen to the verbal translation. If you do not have any such listening devices, please let the city clerk know, and we will gladly let you borrow some for this meeting. La ciudad ahora ofrece servicios de traducción de idiomas a través de una aplicación gratuita llamada Wordly. Si gustan usar ese servicio, avísenle por favor a la secretaria y entregue una tarjeta para hablar. Para usar la traducción, escanee el código QR que está en la mesa junto a las puertas. Before we move on to public comments, I would like to remind everyone to direct their comments to the City Council. For comments on items on tonight's agenda, each speaker will have a total of 3 minutes to comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on non-agenda items?
We do, Mayor. The first 3 speakers are James Harris, followed by Russell Schaefer, followed by Fred Banuelos.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm just here just to thank the mayor and city council for all the encouragement and support for my free community softball game honoring the Negro League on Saturday, May 31st, here in the city of Mineral Valley at Woodland Park. But I also would like to thank and just acknowledge 2 of your staff members who've just been incredible to work with to help me through this process. Patrick Kilio, Mr. Patrick Kilio, and Miss Emily Mirafuentes. Make sure I get that right. I just really appreciate the city and all that you've done. I'm looking forward to everybody coming out, having a good time. Mayor, thank you for consenting to throwing out the first pitch. It's going to be a little bit different. Make sure you warm up that arm, okay? So I'm just here just to say thank you. I appreciate all of you, and hope to see everybody on Saturday, May 31st at Woodland Park. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Russell Schaefer, followed by Fred Banuelos, followed by Adlai Carrillo.
Hello. This has been on my mind for the last week or 2. I recently was inside a business, and I don't know if there was any compensation for this for the Moreno Valley, or you guys already knew about it. But I walked in the business in Riverside, and I noticed on their wall was a mural of the donkeys and a mountain M. Can you guys give me any clarification on that? Is there any legalities on this, or how does this work for our M sign being in Riverside? I can see if it's a border, but it says Riverside business. So that's my concern. I don't think that should be right. If you guys know about it, why wasn't it said? And just otherwise, that I think you guys should keep all the planning commissioners that are on there right now in their same positions, because what you guys are thinking on doing is not right. So that's all I have to say. But if you guys want to look into the Riverside with the mural of the donkey and the Mountain M, I sure would appreciate it, because it's bothering me that they're allowed to do that without you guys knowing anything, if you don't know already. So thank you. And the business name is Altura Credit Union. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Fred Banuelos, followed by Adlai Carrillo, followed by Daniel Kitt.
Hello, everyone. So do you guys know it's National Bike Month this month? I want to thank our Sheriff's Department for keeping our bicyclists safe during this month, especially down by Morrison Park. We have an ongoing problem over there, and I hope we can get it resolved soon. We also have a problem near Rancho Verde High School. But maybe we can get, these grants, SB1 money, something from the California Office of Traffic Safety, National Highway Safety Administration, to bring some money to put some protected bike lanes, something, pilot programs. We need to do something to protect our bicyclists. And I appreciate the Sheriff's Department for helping out with that this past weekend and anything in the future. Speaking of those agencies, now I'm going to get into things that I don't like. I don't like DUI checkpoints. And the reason I don't like DUI checkpoints because I think our money would be well spent on saturation patrols. I think we'll get more people arrested that way. They'll be afraid to go out when we got saturation patrols all over our city, advertise it on social media. You don't know where it's going to be. And I think we need to change to that. And whoever can do that here to ask for the money from those two agencies, the state agencies, the federal agencies, I would love that. It just, we get more for our buck that way. So, let's see, I got some time left. Oh, Mayor, I think you shared a post that had to do with Cinco de Mayo, and it's not all about margaritas, something like that, what it was talking about. I'm hoping in the future that you can kind of do that with Memorial Day and let people know that it's not a happy Memorial Day. We do that for a certain reason to respect our fallen. And, that's where I kind of hope that we can remember that for that holiday. Let's see what else. This past Sunday was National Firefighter Fallen Memorial Day. I appreciate that the flags were all at half-staff, guys. And, I think that's it. Thank you, guys.
The next three speakers are Adlai Carrillo, followed by Daniel Kitt, followed by IE Informer.
Good evening, Mayor Cabrera and members of the City Council. My name's Adlai Carrillo, and I'm here today on behalf of my team, Hope for Mobile. We are social work students from Cal State San Bernardino's Bachelor's in Social Work program. Our team has been working on a community advocacy project about homelessness here in Moreno Valley. To understand our community's concerns, we did a survey of 82 residents of Moreno Valley. We found that 89% of them said homelessness is their biggest concern. As you may know, this is such an important issue. We reached out to local nonprofit groups and even tried contacting the City Council's Homeless Committee for support. We didn't hear back from the committee, but appreciate getting the chance to speak to the council now. However, we did manage to partner with a local organization called Hole in the Wall. Our group has decided to collect clothing donations as well as creating a pamphlet with accurate resource information that the unhoused community can access and reference. We are excited to inform you about the Homeless Awareness Day, the third event on May 24th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., located at 24187 Postal Avenue here in Moreno Valley. Essentially, it is a free health fair. Hope for Mobile and the Hole in the Wall are working together on this event with the help of the Salvation Army, Power Speaks Louder, You Reach, Building Up Lives, and Inland and Compassion housing organizations in this health fair. We will offer food, showers, haircuts, clothing, hygiene supplies, and now adult clothing. Mayor Cabrera and council members, we warmly invite you to attend this event. Your attendance would show your support for addressing homelessness in our community. We also ask the City Council to continue finding ways to help our unhoused neighbors by creating long-term solutions. Thank you for listening and for your ongoing efforts to make Moreno Valley better for everyone.
The next three speakers are Daniel Kitt, followed by the IE Informer, followed by Commissioner Dijonay.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Daniel Kitt. I am the 6th District Vice President for CAL FIRE Local 2881, representing the 1,200 plus CAL FIRE firefighters and paramedics that protect the city of Moreno Valley and serve the county of Riverside. I want to take a moment to express our sincere appreciation for this council's ongoing commitment to public safety. Your support in funding Squads 6, 65, and 91 have been instrumental in helping our firefighters meet the steadily increasing call volume. This investment has a direct and positive impact on both our members, but most importantly, the citizens of Moreno Valley. While we've made great strides in recent years, the city's continued growth and development mean that additional resources will be necessary to sustain and enhance the level of service the community expects and deserves. We are especially grateful for your consideration to allocate Measure U tax dollars towards the future expansion of the fire department. The 4 additional paramedic patrols and the 24 additional firefighters will prove to be a great asset for the city. Your forward-thinking approach and dedication to adding more equipment in the coming year is a meaningful step in ensuring the safety of this growing city. An investment in public safety is an investment in the future of Moreno Valley, and I look forward to continuing our collaboration and building on the progress we've made together. Thank you for your time and your support.
The next 3 speakers are IE Informer, followed by Commissioner DeJournay, followed by Seth Cox.
All righty, here we go. Good evening, council, staff. By the way, you guys do a great job. Thank you guys for everything that you guys do. Keep up the good work. I'm going to concur with Mr. Kitt in supporting the fire department. Because as you guys know, and it's kind of unfortunate, Mayor, you haven't mentioned it yet, we had a major explosion just down the street from somebody doing a lab thing, and thank goodness we have a fire department that was on the scene and everybody that supported it, the police department, sheriffs, and all those other people. But before I really get into it, our air show was a great success a couple of weeks ago. We have that every 2 years. Our biggest employer is the Air Force Base, so we've got to keep, pushing that out there and letting, our residents know we've got a base over there and our veterans. We're the 7th largest veteran area in the United States. So we got to let them know we have resources over there. I tell everybody, don't forget to use the city app. I use that all the time. As a matter of fact, it's being used so well in Edgemont that people are beating me to the graffiti reporting. Okay, and that's a good thing because, and then for our park and rec manager, you got to give the graffiti guys a raise or something because, I mean, when, in my area, they put graffiti up, they take it down, it's right back up the next day. Okay, so, but they're doing a great job, so I'm going to say that's a great thing. Our animal shelter was another thing. If you guys are looking for a furry friend, please go to the animal shelter first. Check out a nice little kitten or a dog and get them out of there. But I got a lot to say about a lot of stuff, but what I'm going to say is this. We just heard that UPS had 20,000 jobs left out because of technology and all this other stuff. During the WLC wars, we told you guys technology was coming. Now, here we are. The jobs did not produce themselves. There's not 20,000 jobs. And from my understanding, the WLC was supposed to make a technology center to bring technicians to work these warehouses. Where is that at? What's happening to the agreements that developer was supposed to bring us? Which also chimes into what you're trying to do tonight, Mayor, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later, in putting people on the Planning Commission that probably have no experience. They don't know what these agreements are and what happened 6 or 7 years ago to move things forward. So we're going to talk about that a little bit later. The commissioners that we have on there have been on there and have the experience to know what needs to be done to make this city work. To put inexperienced people on there is a travesty. And I know you like to do this pay for play, and don't worry, I'm researching you. And good thing is you're going to be out of here soon enough. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Commissioner DeJournay, followed by Seth Cox, followed by Joanne Stefan.
Hello, everyone. I know this is unusual. I normally do not come up here. That's not by choice. I am a college professor, and I usually have class on Tuesday nights. As you know, I am the current sitting chairperson for the Planning Commission, and I've been on there since 2018. A lot of people don't know my path, but I did start with the 4th of July committee I moved into the Safety Committee and then to the Planning Commission. But I'm not here to actually talk about that right now. I'm going to tell you a little story. Imagine, if you will, and many of us in this room are, I hope so, that you have a relationship. And you reach out to that person and you say, I would like to talk to you. I have something important to talk to you about. And if that's a close relationship, and that person does not get back to you or does not make any time at all to speak to you, a couple of things will probably happen. At the minimum, that relationship will probably be damaged, or the trust will be gone. The relationship could probably end. Now let's take that to work. You go to work, you want to talk to your boss, you want to talk to your supervisor. You do the exact same thing. You email, you text, you give out phone calls, and you get nothing back. How do you feel as an employee? Do you feel worthy? Do you feel like your voice can be heard? Do you feel like you are a valued member of the organization that you work for? Now, I can say this. Each and every single last one of you up there, I've reached out to you. And prior to the last election, I have had sit-downs with Elena, Ed Delgado, and even Sherlinda. I've even had phone conversations. I have reached out to the mayor's office. I have talked to the clerk. I have reached out to Erlin, and I have gotten absolutely zero back. Emails, text, and phone calls. Not a single word. Not I can't meet with you, I don't want to talk to you, or better yet, leave me alone. How do you feel as an employee? How do you feel as a member of that organization when your leader does not even speak to you? Just because I ran against Erlin doesn't put me on the other side of anything. It doesn't put me against anyone, and it doesn't mean that I have opposing views. I like to think that I'm a team player and will be able to sit down and speak with anyone. But that, I was never afforded that opportunity. Think about that, folks, as you move on to the next days.
The next three speakers are Seth Cox, followed by Joanne Stefan, followed by Christopher Baca.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Seth Cox, District 3. First topic is I'm still against the storage facility on the southeast corner of Alessandro and Marina Beach, okay? Staying on record with that. I only got through 150 pages of the 555-page SIP report, so I won't be talking on that tonight. What I want to talk on is some optics and stewardship. We had almost a $5 billion organization leave the city this past week or two. Anybody care to guess who that is? Salvation Army pulled up stakes, closed their building, and left Moreno Valley. Now, there's rumors, innuendos, why they left, why they closed their building. I have no idea. I'm not going to talk on that, okay? I'm going to talk about how much money they've gotten from the city through grants or whatever over the last 6 years. Anybody care to guess how much? Little over $3 million, $3,062,000 over the last 6 years. 863 of that has been in the last 9 months of this year. Okay, so 3/4 of this fiscal year, they got grant money of $863,000, and then they closed their store. Now, as far as I can remember, they're not on the list to get any next year. I don't know if that's the reason they left. I'm not going to even go down that path. But my question is, has the city been good stewards of that $3 million over the last 6 years to that organization? I have never been convinced that we, the city, and the residents of the city, the homeless of this city, the unhoused of this city, got that much value. So I want you to think about it as we move forward into giving out grant money to organizations. They call themselves a 501c3. but they're also a $5 billion one that have assets on the books of almost $14 billion, but yet we're giving them grant money that could be better used for local organizations, 501c churches that have roots in this city going back decades. So I'll give you back 25 minutes, 25 seconds. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Joanne Steffen, followed by Christopher Baca, followed by Bob Palomares.
This is mainly for the people of Moreno Valley and the ones that have called me, because I was inundated with calls. If I had reapplied for the Planning Commission, did I not want to serve? Had I been told, or even had any idea that I was going to be left off of the agenda? I am very grateful and proud and humbled to have served on the commission for the people of the great city of Moreno Valley. I have never missed a meeting in almost 8 years. I have attended every Planning Commission Academy. My councilman in District 2, Ed Delgado, reached out to me to ask me if I still wanted to remain on the commission, which I said yes. He was concerned and wanted to hear from me personally. I was blindsided when the agenda came out, and then I began to get phone calls. My phone was ringing off the hook, and I looked at the agenda, and I saw that I wasn't even on there. Cabrera, if you had any misgivings about my performance on the Planning Commission, I wish you would have reached out to me and we could have sat down and had a cup of coffee, like you always say, you know? And I would like to thank the staff. They've been wonderful. They do a great job. Most of the time, we don't even have to, it's almost like a no-brainer. When we have something come across and we have to weigh all the public, the city at large. I mean, we have to stay in our lane, and we have to do what's right for the city and for the people, because if we don't, and I've been to many Planning Commission meetings, we can virtually get sued, and that's the last thing we want. We don't need anybody suing us. But like I said, I was really blindsided by this whole thing. I would have thought, like Dejanay said, that I would have got a phone call instead. You know what, you're not doing the right thing. We're going to replace you. That would have been the common courtesy. And I felt angry. I felt kind of sad, because most of the time when people leave the Planning Commission, they either move, they retire, they go on to do other things like Patricia Korsak did. She had a business and she wanted to do that, or they die. You know, so most of the time they don't get just replaced. But like I said, I was blindsided. I didn't even realize that and so were a lot of other people. Like I said, I've been here 40 years. So a lot of people do know me, and they were kind of like, what's really going on? I said, I don't know, but I'm going to go down there and I'm just going to, you know, say that I wish I would have had a conversation with you. And after everything's said and done, maybe you can give me a reason and we can have that cup of coffee.
The next two speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by Bob Palomares.
Good afternoon, community and staff and electeds. Talking about someone mentioned about the bike lanes. It is absolutely outrageous when you try to ride your bike around schools in the mornings or during the time they get out. It is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And not only that, but also the handicap parkings and other things. There's just absolutely nothing being done with that. So it'd be appreciated if something is done about those two issues. On the other hand, I was out helping distributing some homeless, some items for homeless people. And something from the last thing about capital improvements struck a note when they were discussing it, when they were allocating, I think, like $700,000 to drill under the freeway by Indian and Sunnymead. So lo and behold, I figured, let me go check that out, because if I remember correctly, that's already there. There is a tunnel under the freeway by Indian for the drainage. It's already there. There's also another tunnel that goes into the thing. So, you know, that's one of the outrageous things, including the Alessandro Street that was taken back, that is part of the WLC agreement. Why was that taken back, and why is that happening? All of that is it's just nonsense. I mean, it's just straight out corruption in this city. And I'm sorry, you know, staff, I know 99.9% of yous are honest people, but there is something going on in this city as far as Highland Fairview and all these nonsense things that are going on as far as granting them these items that they agree to do, but now the city somehow takes them over. You know, I don't want to sound schizophrenic or anything about that drainage deal, drainage that's going under the freeway. I bet down the road that's going to be, it's been allocated, so I bet down the road somehow it's going to end up by Theodore or Redlands, you know, for the benefit of that area there. We know what's going on there. I don't got enough time, so I hope people really look into this nonsense.
The next speaker is Bob Palomares.
Good evening, Council. I would like to salute our first responders right off the top. Thank you. I happened to be watching the April 15th council meeting, and I was kind of disappointed in the mayor when he made the statement that it's a clear majority that 3 council members are all tied up in their own agenda. You know, I got to remind the mayor that the last elections that he was supporting, and he has every right to, but he was involved heavily in the campaign of Erlin and the young lady, I don't know her name, that ran in District 1. Because it's obvious he wanted the rubber stampers. He didn't get the trifecta, but he got one. And, you know, it's just very disappointing. And now I hear about the Planning Commission. Well, that's just another extension that he's doing. You know, when you have one person controlling the city council and the planning commission, that's dangerous. That's no good. Because, you know, this city can take a nosedive. And I was very disappointed when he said that about the council members, because I know Ed, and I remember when he came on his first council meeting and he said that he's in nobody's camp. Elena, the same thing, and Ms. Bernard, you know, very independent, and they do the right thing for the city. They're always talking about it, and I can appreciate that. But Cabrera, you have a history. I don't care what color suit you put on. It's still the same man inside. Thank you.
The last speaker is Roy Blecker.
I'm going to take you back 37 years ago, 1988. 3 planning commissioners, Pete Blecker, Tom Gardner, and Dave Rollins. They didn't get an interview. They were taken off the planning commission for political retaliation, skullduggery, and everything else. Why? The vaulted councilperson, school board member, Mayor Judy Nieberger didn't want him on there. A couple people in this room can vouch for that story because they were around at the time. Most of you weren't. Maybe you're still wondering why I'm bringing up this story. The only thing you can learn from history is not to repeat the mistakes of the past. If you want to be insane, keep doing the same thing over and over again and hoping for a different result. If you want to continue to run this community right into the ground, if you want to keep the reputation, as Pete used to say, of Moron Valley and everything else, you want to drive us deeper down in the dungeon under San Bernardino, keep it up. You're going to have a chance. Maybe in a few minutes, maybe in an hour to change that. We're going to see if the words you say on the campaign and the dais are really true. We're going to test your character today, all of you. The reputation, the future of this city is on the line. Are we going to keep doing it the same way as we've done it since the beginning? And the way, like I said, go check it out. The first city council meeting and the way they selected the mayor was illegal as hell. Unethical as hell. We going to keep it up? It's about time we stand up for this community. I think maybe some people were here. Maybe our council and staff will stand up for us. We're going to find out here in a few.
Don't change the channel.
The next speaker is Luis Palomares.
I couldn't have said it any better. What Roy said, he took us down 37 years ago. I couldn't have said it any better. And Dejanay, he spoke his mind. I'm kind of emotional because I haven't been here in a while for a lot of different reasons. But anyway, we need to keep things the same. Why are we going to change things in the middle of the road? I know the seats are coming up, but it's not broken, don't fix it. And like Joanne said earlier, that the commissioners left for different reasons. Some retired, some went on to do different things, some moved. Raphael moved, another commissioner moved. Patricia Corbett, she went on to up her business more. Barnes, that was my favorite guy. He passed away, and they were good. They were always back on there because they always put their paperwork back in and they were doing the right thing, bringing stuff to our community. Building our community, building futures, bringing jobs, bringing revenue to our community. And the one that's in there right now, I'm kind of tongue-tied here, but the commissioners that are in there right now need to stay there. They need to stay there because they know what they're doing. Because we got a lot of great projects coming, on the pipeline here. Who's better for that than the people that have the knowledge, that have the experience, that have the heart for the city, that's lived in the city 30 plus years? Who's better to do those jobs? They've been doing a great job so far. They all put the paper. You didn't look at it, Mr. Cabrera. Well, he don't look at us either, so what's the difference? You didn't look and see or offer them or put them on the slate? Come on. You want to corner the market here? Why don't we just take In God We Trust and put Cabrera and We Trust there? Because you have took this city on a nosedive. On a nosedive. We need a lot of money. Like Hillwood, you send them packing. I still can't get, is there going to be another Hillwood here today? Because there's another project coming in a couple of weeks on the Planning Commission. Are we going to do that to our city again? We need the jobs. Look at what's going on in the country, in the nation. What's going to happen? Are you going to send away developers again? We got Acabala coming up. We got the one on Nason coming up, the Nason corridor. We need people that know what the hell they're doing up there. not your picks, not your hand-picked people. We want to be like Paris. Paris, a little city. Look at how much they're 12 years ahead of us now. They were way behind. Look at their mayor over there. You know, things out of the box, makes things happen. I wish we had a mayor like that here. I wish we had a mayor like Michael Vargas. I wish we had a mayor like East Vale. Look at East Vale. No, we're still stuck in the mud because we got this no nonsense. I want to further my agenda. It's all about your agenda.
Mayor, that concludes all the public comments on items not on tonight's agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you to all of our public speakers as well for coming out and speaking on non-agenda items. Next up, we are moving into public comment for consent calendar items, and each speaker will have a total of 3 minutes to comment on the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on the consent calendar?
We do, Mayor. Christopher Baca.
Good evening again. My comment has to do with BMW motorcycles that you're allocating funds for. Firstly, isn't Cal Fire the entity for the fire department, yet all the trucks have City of Moreno Valley on them? My point is, if you're going to allocate funds for motorcycles or equipment, trucks, why do they not have Moreno Valley on them? Why do they say sheriff? If the city is paying for these vehicles, BMWs, and tell you the truth, I haven't seen a motorcycle cop around in a long time. Why don't they indicate that they belong to the city or that they're part of the city? And that goes for all the vehicles. I haven't seen a City of Moreno Valley vehicle, police vehicle, in a very long time. They all say sheriff on them. If the city is paying for them, they should say Moreno Valley on them. And that's my point. Thank you.
Mayor, real quick, I believe that we should have addressed before consent calendar items between your fellow colleagues as to whether or not any consent calendar items wanted to be removed for conversation or presentation before we moved into public comment. It would be on page 4, section I.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So with that, I'll bring it back to the dais and look to my colleagues to ask to see if there's any items that you would like to remove from the consent calendar for any questions or for separate action. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I don't see any requests from the council at this time. So we'll go back. I'll double check. Do we have any further requests to speak on the consent calendar?
No, that was it.
Looks like we
Roy
might
Blacker.
have one more.
No, not me. I just wondered why we can't follow the rules.
Okay. If there's no further requests to speak, then we will go ahead and look for a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar.
I make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes. And that motion carries unanimously, which brings us next to public hearings. Item J, questions or comments from the public on a public hearing matter are limited to 3 minutes per individual and must pertain to the subject matter that is under consideration. Those wishing to testify should complete and submit a goldenrod speaker slip to the city clerk's staff. We have a couple of items. The first one, J1, is a public hearing to approve the annual action plan for the fiscal year 25-26 HUD grants CDBG, home, and ESG. And we'll turn it over to our city manager, Brian Mohan, for a staff report.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So this particular item before you today is a culmination of almost 5.5 months of various outreach, engagement, public notices, and so forth. So what this is our annual action plan and our annual process for the HUD entitlement, which is the Housing and Urban Development Department of the federal government. As they have deemed certain housing census tracts are disadvantaged, we are automatically part of an entitlement program that provides funding for home investment, ESG, which is Emergency Solution Grant, and CDBG, which is the Community Development Block Grant. If you recall, back in November 26th of 2024, there was various reviews of policies and objectives that were ultimately approved by council December 17th based on various subcommittees and so forth. In January, there was an application that was opened, call of bids. The submittal deadline for the application was January 31st. Various public hearings that have occurred since then, and per the requirements pursuant to HUD policies and procedures and requirements of this particular process. And now this culminates with the annual action plan as well as the funding allocations of those three said categories that I had mentioned. As far as the home investment, if you recall, I typically talk in generalities. The staff report and the funding guideline document has the actual amounts, but home investment, we typically receive around $700,000 annually, and it takes several years of those allocations to build up a fund balance in order to put in a bid for an affordable developer to come in and be able to provide those particular resources to that particular project. Tonight, what is being approved out of those particular funds is our annual minor or critical minor home repair funds through Habitat for Humanities, which allows residents to be able to tap into that for minor repairs around their home. When you take a look at ESG, Emergency Solutions Grant, that typically is a little less than $200,000 annually. This is actually one of the most difficult categories to find our nonprofit subrecipients, as there is a 100% match requirement for that subrecipient. And so this particular funding will be going to Path of Lives for their continued services related to homeless outreach and shelter. They do have a requirement to provide 100% match for our funds that are being allocated to them. Community Development Block Grant is a bit different. If you recall, typically $1.92 million that we usually get, and it's broken down into a few categories. So per HUD guidelines, 15% goes to public service, and that particular percentage is set by HUD, not by the city. And so a very small amount gets to go to public service, and those are the various nonprofits that we try and engage with, encourage to submit an application. I'm happy to announce that those that are in the funding document are being allocated funds as requested, except for one of them, which is Path of Life, because they're receiving ESG funding, so they won't be receiving CDBG funding. With that, all the details are in the staff report, as well as the funding recommendation document, and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager, for the staff report. We will go ahead and bring it back to the dais to the City Council. Are there any council questions of staff? Councilmember Delgado.
Just one on, just to confirm what you said. So if they apply for one grant and they get it, they're not eligible to apply for another?
I did not say that they're not eligible. It comes down to a decision at our consultant and staff level to allocate out the very, very sparse CDBG funds. And because they're receiving ESG at a considerable amount in conversation with them, we're able to go ahead and not allocate CDBG because they are getting ESG.
That makes sense. Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for staff? Don't see any at this moment, so we will go ahead and move into the actual public hearing. I'll go ahead and open that at this time. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do, Mayor. The first speaker is Jessica Munoz.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jessica Munoz, and I'm the President and CEO of Voices for Children. My primary purpose in joining you this evening is really to express our gratitude. Voices for Children has been very appreciative of the CDBG funds that we've received from the city for the last several years, and are very grateful to be recommended for funding again this year. For those of you who are less familiar, Voices for Children is the Court-Appointed Special Advocate, or CASA program, serving Riverside County. So we have the pleasure and also responsibility of training members of the community who advocate for children in foster care. From the child's perspective, the benefit is a caring, consistent adult. From the court's perspective and the point of view of our professional partners, it's having an adult who gets to develop a really holistic and meaningful relationship with a young person. But then because they're appointed by judges who make decisions about children in foster care, they get to provide reports for those judges on a regular basis, as well as provide real-time updates to social workers and others who are tasked with making vital decisions. By investing in these children in our community now, we hope to save the city costs related to some of the negative outcomes that youth in foster care can experience, like homelessness and unemployment and poverty and incarceration. I do want to mention that as we celebrate our 10th anniversary in Riverside County, we've been reflecting recently on those partners who came alongside us and really made it possible for us to expand our work here. And the city of Moreno Valley, through the CDBG program, is at the very top of that list. The funds that we've requested from the city will make it possible for 15 children in Moreno Valley to have a CASA, but we expect to serve at least 40 children in Moreno Valley in the coming year through other dollars that we'll secure from other sources. So thank you again very, very much for your continued investment in some of the city's most vulnerable residents. And I'd also be remiss if I didn't take these last few seconds to thank the city staff and consultants who guide us through the application and reporting process every year. We strive to be really excellent stewards of these funds, and we can't do it without their guidance. So thank you all so much, and we hope to continue to partner with the city of Moreno Valley in the coming year.
Next speaker is Luis Palomares.
Thank you, Mrs. Munoz. Wow, this is a great program, and I'm glad we keep on supporting it. And my heart's with children because I'm an activist, and I'm always out fighting for the students in the schools here in the district for their needs, especially special needs kids that have all kinds of different disabilities. But we don't got a heart over there at the district either, so it's pretty sad. So I want my hats off to CASA. They do an excellent job. Thank you for your service here in our community, and thank you for saving the children, because we need more like this, because we got a lot of kids that are out there. They're in the high schools, and they don't got a home. And it's sad. It's really sad. So my heart goes out to everything she's doing, and I salute her, and she's a hero in our community. Thank you very much.
Mayor, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So with that, we'll go ahead and close the hearing at this time. And we'll bring it back to the dais. I will look to my colleagues now to see if there's any comments, any deliberation. And Councilmember Delgado.
You know, I just wanted to thank all the applicants for caring enough within our community to apply for these grants. Thank the staff for, like Jessica said, guiding them through the process, because I've done grants before. I've not full-time, but I've been part of it, and it is a lot of work, and there's a lot of requirements, and for you guys to guide them for what they do. I'm going through the list of all of the recipients, and we're doing some great stuff here in the city of Moreno Valley, but it takes, like that old saying goes, it takes a village. This is truly the village. So thank you guys for wanting to serve Moreno Valley. Thank you guys, staff, for helping them achieve this process. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
I just want to make a few comments. I see the applicants here, and I've worked with them in the past, especially in my day job at the County of Riverside. We have Path of Life, Operation Save House, and the Fair Housing Council. So, and definitely Miss Munoz, the CASA program. So, these are great organizations that do a lot in our community. So, again, this is good stuff for Moreno Valley and for our region.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz.
Same comments, excellent organizations. I did want to point out the Family Service Association and the Friends of the Moreno Valley Senior Center that do a lot of work with our seniors. We see them at the Senior Center on a consistent basis, so I'm very happy to be supporting those who support our residents. So it's just us helping others to help us. So, I mean, this really is putting our money where it's most needed, so I am in full support of these, and I would motion to approve.
Thank you. There is a motion and a second, and I would like to just make a brief comment as well before we call for the vote. Touche. I'll second everything that has been said as well, and especially Jessica, you're here every single year. Every single year you show up, not just to the council meetings, but outside of the council meetings to meet with staff and make sure that we're assisting wherever we can. And it's been at least 8 years. I don't know how further back it goes, before my time on the council, but appreciate all the work that you do and all of the other organizations that receive funding that go toward things like providing housing for those who need it, providing services to the homeless as well, whether that is, food or housing as well. There's a plethora of services that we get to fund through these federal funds, and also thanks to staff, because this is something that y'all do every single year, and it is a complex process. I know you all have a very good understanding of it, but especially for new applicants that come in and apply for this funding, it could be a very daunting process. So thank you for making sure that we get the funding and that we reinvest this back into the community. Just gonna double check. If there's no more comments, we can go ahead and, Madam Clerk, call for the vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes. And that motion carries unanimously as well. Next up, we will move on to item J2, which is adoption of the fiscal year 25-26-2627 operating budget. And we'll turn it over to City Manager Brian Mohan for a staff report.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. The item before you today is seeking your approval and adoption of the proposed fiscal year 25-26, 26-27 budget. Our city is proud of its award-winning budget and financial management procedures and conservative, responsible fiscal safeguards. In this budget process, we continue to work towards spending funds to maintain our local quality of life, such as public safety, pavement and roads, maintaining safe and clean streets and parks, youth programs, and addressing homelessness. The cornerstone of the budget process is really momentum moval. So the general fund has been structurally balanced for the past 12 years, and the proposed budget is as well. So it'll be 14 total years with the approval of this document tonight. The Momentum Oval strategic plan continues to be the building block in the development of the budget. Staff continues to examine new cost savings and potential efficiencies, especially with technology. While we have many budget highlights listed in the staff report, I'm going to only concentrate on a few of them in the next few slides. Again, part of Momentum Oval is the 6 strategic priorities. It shows our commitment to continuing to reflect the community's priorities through that particular plan. The budget seeks to ensure Moreno Valley residents continue to receive services which make our city a great place to live, work, and raise a family. As far as the methodology of this particular budget and how it was put together by staff, it really comes down to a theory of rollover budget. So all of the prior investments that have occurred by council approval in the current budget cycle, which is 23, 24, 24, 25 budget, are going to be included in this proposed budget tonight. So all of the investments that are listed here, and I won't go into all of them, but it is a large amount of investments from February of 22, May of 22, as well as the council-approved budget in May of 23. And you can see that there's a lot of investments related to public safety, related to quality of life initiatives in clean, open public space. As far as the rollover budget, we keep the investments that were previously approved by council. We take a look at what else we need to fund, and strategically we are looking at ensuring that there's budget for the recent council-approved successor memorandum of understandings that occurred in April of 2025 that will be effective in July of this year. And then minor increases for vendors, as we're still seeing a lot of our vendors go through inflationary periods, as everybody else is seeing that at home as well. And we're covering those costs within this budget. When we start taking a look at public safety challenges and looking at the 6 strategic priorities, the city's average response time is typically called into question by not only our residents, but by the business community and by council itself. And so wanted to provide this to you. It's basically an extension of what we provided back in the 23 document. So this is a response time comparison from 2010 to 2024, but we also show the 22 average response time. And you can literally see that when you compare the 2024 to the 2022 response times, in every single priority call 1 through 4, you've actually seen reduced minutes on the response times for the 2024 average. When you look at the 2024 average compared to the 2010 average, you can see that we have been doing better since 22, but you can still see that we are not quite where we were in 2010. And back in 2010 is when we had 186 police officers and the city population was only 193. And so when you look at some of the investments that council has made within public safety, currently we're at 174 with a population, 174 deputies with a population of 211,000 estimated. Obviously, that additional investment in deputies is bringing down the response time. When you look at the fire side, when you take a look at the rate for law enforcement, historically the city has always taken an ultra-conservative approach in the budget, and we budget for a rate of 7.5% increases year over year. As you can see from this particular graph, the average rate is now down to 4.66% since 2003. And we've actually seen an actual rate decrease of 5% between 2015-16 when compared to 2023-24. But you can see that in 2024-2025, that there was a significant rate increase, basically 7%. The reason for that is the Board of Supervisors approved a new MOU providing an increase to the deputies to ensure that attraction and retention would continue to occur, as they've seen growing concerns for years when compared to other counties and local jurisdictions that have law enforcement. In essence, it becomes a plucking stone or a picking stone of deputies that then move on to other jurisdictions. And therefore, the Board of Supervisors is trying to right the ship to ensure that attraction and retention occurs. And therefore, the rate allocated to the cities was 7.03% in 24-25. Hence, the reason why we do budget for 7.5% year over year, as we know that anytime there's MOU negotiations or anything else that potentially is occurring, it could come through the actual allocation itself. On the fire side, when you take a look at the most recent metrics for calendar year 2024, calls of service have been 24,156. When you take a look at the number of the percentages of the calls that are for medical emergencies, we're still hovering around 77.5%. So again, taking a look at how we can best invest our dollars, we're looking at squads or patrols. Squads, if you recall, we've now have 3 medic squads, which can get to a call faster, and potentially we do not need to send a truck or an engine. This particular proposed budget is recommending 4 squads as well. The squads are a little bit different. They do have the ability to hold water. So now we can actually take one of these, what's called a patrol, and go to dumpster fires and not have to send an engine as well. So not only do we get the medical emergency aspect of the call, but now for minor fire-related calls. And so it gives us a better investment and saves money on having to send trucks and engines. When you look at the citywide pavement rehabilitation needs, the investments that have been approved by council have been immense. We're currently at a total of 1,162 lane miles, which is 526 centerline miles. We currently have over 612 million in assets. But the key thing here is the last budgetary document that we brought forward to you showed a deferred maintenance of 225 million. This one is only showing 150 million, and if you, in the consent item, there was the SB1 staff report tonight, shows 150 million in deferred maintenance and 10 million needed annually just to maintain the current PCI levels or payment condition index. So this is a true testament to your leadership and your guidance and approval of the investments that we've had. 50 million during the pandemic, as well as 30 million since. And so we've really been able to reduce the deferred maintenance costs related to our streets. The additional investments related to this proposed budget is really stemming from additional positions and then the whole Measure U plan as the voters resoundingly approved Measure U in November. But this includes 18 new positions and 6 reclasses for the general fund to ensure staff can continue to provide the current programs and services to our growing number of residents. It also adds 14 positions to the Public Works Electric Utility to ensure success in the continued growth of the utility based on the recent council-approved reorganization and transition away from our current contractual arrangement. And it also expands one position in the Parks and Community Services Department. I think more importantly is the investment in the Measure U and the anticipated funding plan, which includes up to an additional 18 deputies, up to an additional 6 motorcycles, up to an additional 6 community service officers, and implementation of first responder program. On the fire side, it does up to the additional 4 patrols that I just mentioned, which also would include 24 paramedic firefighters because they have to staff those 4 patrols for 24/7, 365. So basically 6 paramedic firefighters per patrol, same as a squad. We also are looking at additional traffic engineers, crossing guards, building and safety, and animal services personnel, and 2 dedicated homeless coordinators for the homeless efforts related to the quality of life initiatives that we have. And the possible public safety campus bond to build a new facility on the east end of the city, similar to what we have here for our public safety building on our campus here at City Hall. The problem right now is we're to capacity, and really the amount of time it takes for a deputy to go from, or an engine to go from, their location here on the west side to the east side is immense. And so going with our strategic plans and creating an east end public safety building along with a fire station would continue to reduce our calls for the amount of time it takes to get from a call to a call, sorry. Personnel staffing and challenges. If you recall, we've always been fairly low and lean when it comes to comparing to our peers. So what this shows is various cities in San Bernardino, Riverside counties, and other areas within Southern California. And it compares the number of employees per 1,000 capita. And when you take a look at that, you can see that Moreno Valley is currently 1.6 at 345 employees. Now, keep in mind, this excludes police, fire, water, sewer, airports, crossing guards, and animal control, so you're looking at apples to apples because not every jurisdiction provides the same services. The average in this particular peer group is 3.1 employees per 1,000 capita. Even with the increases in staffing in this particular proposed budget, which would be a net 57 full-time equivalents for 25-26, it only would increase our peer population from 1.6 to 1.9 employees per 1,000 residents. So in essence, if I go back to this particular slide here, we would still be well below the average of 3.1 positions shown on the previous slide. This increase will ensure staff can continue to provide the current programs and services to our growing number of residents. As we look at various summaries in the next few slides, this just goes to show that we are currently budgeted with a very, very small surplus in the general fund. The overall general fund, again, continues to be balanced, which is the key theme through all of our budget processes and procedures. The Measure U fund shows a budget summary of $25.7 million the first year and $23.8 the second year. Again, this is for all of the items that I previously mentioned on a previous slide. The reason for a reduction in the second year is due to the fact that certain one-time purchases for vehicles and other apparatuses are purchased in the first year and not the second year. Expenditure summary for the general fund. If you recall, we always show a breakout of administrative departments and then public safety departments. And in this city, we've always identified public safety as community development, public works, fire, and police. And so when you take a look at the public safety percentage for this budget cycle, you're looking at 78.47% of the first year budget going to public safety and 80.77 in the second year going to public safety. But more importantly, if you look at the amended budget compared to the proposed budget for first year and second year, you're only seeing an increase of 10.44% in the first year and 6.18% the second year. For the citywide expenditure summary, you can see that the proposed budget is significantly reduced compared to the current amended budget. That all comes from capital projects. If you recall, mostly comes from capital projects. If you recall, all of the capital project budget is within the CIP document, which is going to be coming to council the first meeting of June. You also see a reduction in electric utility funds and other special revenue funds. Special revenue funds are basically grant related. So we were coming through a significant amount of grants that we had in 24-25. This still may carry over into the carryover budget, depending on how many expenditures have occurred compared to grant funds coming in. But on the electric utility funds, we passed a bond in 2024. It was a refinancing bond, but it was to ensure that we were placing infrastructure so that the infrastructure is there when development comes through. So just some minor differences between amended and proposed budget. And then on the Community Services District, you can see here, biggest thing to note is the bottom line is that we're still utilizing certain fund balance to continue to spend those funds in a manner to assist those districts above and beyond what is coming in current revenues. It's basically reinvesting into parks and landscaping through the use of the reserves, which is very similar to what we've done in the past. MVU, again, this just goes to highlight that we are still expending funds in the first year to put in infrastructure before we, in the second year, start to balance out. And this all stems from the reorganization as well as the transition that I had mentioned previous. Proposed calendar, obviously, this has been a good 5-6 months for staff's involvement. We start the process back in November, kick that off, and go through a multitude of various updates to council through study sessions and other meetings. Culminates with tonight is the proposed budget on the operation side, and then in June, proposed CIP and CIP budget for capital projects. This concludes my presentation, but I would like to thank Natalia Lopez, Stephanie Cuff, Dina Hield for preparing this biennial budget. I would also like to thank the rest of the team, Team Oval, who assisted in developing the budget, from the department budget liaisons, their analysts, the division managers, the department heads. All of them work together to ensure that they get their allocations, but knowing that there are scarce resources and understanding the priorities through the Momentum Oval. There is still a considerable amount of work to be done once the CIP and CIP budget is approved in June, as staff is authorized through the approvals tonight, the resolutions, to consolidate the CIP budget information with the budget information presented tonight in order to finalize the adopted budget book, which is about 1,100 pages, and that will reside on our website, but be used for award season for GFOA and CSMFO. I would be remiss if I didn't thank all of you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, for your continued support in ensuring sound fiscal stewardship while delivering service levels in keeping with City Council's priorities established in the Momentum Ovalis Strategic Plan. I am happy and available to answer any questions that you may have at this particular point in time.
Thank you very much, City Manager Mohan. Appreciate the staff report. A lot of very good information there. 14 years of a balanced or surplus budget. Hats off to all of our staff and my colleagues here on the council. So that brings us back to the dais for any council questions of staff before we move into public comment. Are there any questions from the dais? Councilmember Delgado.
Brian, thank you for that excellent presentation. I know it was long, but it was necessary. So thank you very much. That was great information. Just to confirm, have the Finance Subcommittee and the Public Safety Subcommittees heard this individually, or that body, both of those bodies, gone through those?
Yes, Councilmember. If you, in fact, on this particular slide here, you can see that in March it did go to Finance Subcommittee for an update, and I am due to space. I was not able to fit in that it also, the Measure U plan went to Public Safety Subcommittee, and then the two positions related to the homeless coordinators went to the new Homeless Ad Hoc Committee.
Thank you, Brian.
Are there any other questions from the council for staff? Okay. I don't see any further questions for staff at this time. So we'll go ahead and move into the public hearing portion. I'll go ahead and open that at this time. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. We do. Roy Blecker.
First thing that struck me out there is, where's the community involvement? We used to have a budget workshop in each council district and a meeting and a presentation of that. Where is it? Tell you, the last CFO of this place I had a meeting with was Rick Teichert. The former Mayor Tom Owings put that meeting together. You know what happened after that? It saved this city a 1% sales tax increase because, as to quote Mayor Tom Owings, Rick Teichert could not dispute one thing I said after this whole, or the staff at the time told him I was full of S. You see what's going on here? You want to take the public safety budget, what are we, 3 times more of it, and you still can't get to the response times that we had then? And you know as well as I do, Mr. Ed, there's no such thing as officers on the ground, it's officers' hours. First thing about this whole thing, it's a sham. You want to tell me if you got to, I want to know if it's a structurally balanced budget. You give me the unfunded mandates that this city is liable for, and I will tell you if you got a structurally balanced budget. I've asked that question 87 million times. You do not get an answer. Let's have the real numbers. Present the real numbers to the public. Just like with the sales tax 15 years ago or whatever it was. What was your solution? Let's just shut everything off. And we'll convince the people that we can pay 3 times as much for half the services. If you had any interest, any of you, in fixing any of this and providing the services we could have in this city, where have you done that? County budget, you want to talk about the cops? When were any of you down there last June at the county budget hearings talking about the increases you said? I can tell you 0, because there was only 2 people out of 2.5 million in Riverside County that even showed up and made public comment. That was me and Brad Anderson. That's it. We're going to see what the questions are coming now and what happens in June. You got your act together. If you're really studying this stuff, I will judge it by the questions and everything that comes up at this meeting and in June. if I can do it and it's not my responsibility, I don't get paid for it, I can look at it and determine it, and I'm a ditch bank Okie from frickin' Edgemont.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. That brings us back to the dais. I'll go ahead and close the hearing at this time, which brings us to council deliberation if desired, or any further questions before we entertain a motion and a second. And I would just like to briefly say that, again, give kudos especially to our staff. Obviously, we and previous councils play a role in policy making and the legislative process, in the land use process, entitling, approving, or denying projects, many of which we've seen get built and developed over the past several years. But I think it's just a testament to the work that we, the five of us, have done together with staff, with our constituents, and with previous councils and staff as well, to have 14 straight years of balanced or surplus budget. You know, making good use of taxpayer dollars and making sure that we're reinvesting that into important programs and investments like our police department, like our fire department, like our public infrastructure, like our parks, making sure we're addressing homelessness. There's a plethora of things that we do on a regular basis. And to be able to do that through economic downturns and recessions and pandemics is just a testament to the amazing work that you all are doing every single day. So just want to give you all kudos once again. Looking to my colleagues to see Councilmember Delgado.
I feel like Roy, I got to speak on everything, but so I wish, yeah, sorry. I would say the cornerstone to any community is public safety. And I'm not just saying that because of what I did for my career. I'm saying it because I live here. I drive, and public safety includes public works, street rehabilitation, and all that. So I drive around the city of Moreno Valley, and I compare our city when I'm driving around to other cities that I drive around. And you guys are doing an amazing job of fighting for that monies. And I can imagine this well sitting around a table and Melissa saying, I need X amount for this. Jeremy saying, I need X amount for this. Robert saying, I need X amount for more staff. And I can imagine that tug of war with the monies that are coming in, because we used to do that. And at the end of the day, you guys come up with this. And just like you said, Brian, that everybody wants a slice of that. So I kind of understand how you guys got to this point. And what I'm mostly proud of is that the public safety aspect of this budget is on top. It's a priority for the city of Moreno Valley, and hopefully it's a priority for the five of us to pass this, because like I said, the public safety is the cornerstone of any awesome community, and I think we have an awesome community. We just need to make sure that it continues with the addition of more public works, fire, police, infrastructure. So I'm I'm all for it. So thank you guys very much, and I'm hoping it does pass. Thank you.
Councilmember Bernard.
I would like to thank city staff, Brian and his team, especially the CFOs, for being able to get us a balanced budget. Brian knows I'm fiscally conservative and has asked me several times as we've gone through this, is this conservative enough? But I want to make sure that we're addressing the needs that we see coming up through the community. Getting those 2 positions in our homeless department is something that was very much a priority, because we technically only have 1 person managing what should have been a job of 6 people. We're all, like Councilmember Delgado said, public safety is important. I always tell people one of the major things about being on city council, you are really up here to manage the 3 Ps, and I say it's policy, potholes, and public safety. And it's just the truth. And to know that all of those things were done and we were able to balance that budget, it makes me extremely proud. I sit on RTA and have often a lot of meetings with Melissa, and when I hear the things that other cities aren't doing compared to what our city is doing, especially in the Public Works Department, ensuring that we're always working on the roads, that we're investing to make sure that, I'm not saying it's always perfect. Trust me, I get your emails. But we are doing the best we can to make sure that we're bringing our streets up to code and making sure that we're replacing, any potholes that we see, including when we're talking about public safety, making sure that we're getting what we need from making sure that we have community enhancement is being dealt with, our behavioral team is being dealt with. So I am very happy with this budget. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
There's a quote that says, "Don't tell me what you value, show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value." And this budget really shows that what our residents are asking for is public safety, to invest in our roads and our parks. And I think this budget's in alignment with our values up here as a council. So thank you for all your work.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Again, thank you, staff, for this great budget, and also for the voters, for Measure U, that added additional funding so we can continue the momentum MoVal and their priorities, and definitely public safety, public works. Just seeing the continuing work by our public works departments and making sure that our pathways are paved, that they're safety, that they're ADA compliant is very important. And again, excited about the public safety campus, as you mentioned, Brian, in the last line item there in the east end of town. So it would be a great addition to our city. So great job on this.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve staff's recommendations, and looking for a second.
I second that.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Santa Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
That motion carries unanimously. So we'll go ahead and move to our next item, which is item J3. It's a public hearing to adopt a resolution for the temporary closure of Grande Vista Drive, and we'll turn it over to Ms. Melissa Walker, Director Walker from Public Works, for a staff report.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. The item before you this evening is to conduct a public hearing for the temporary closure of Grande Vista Drive, south of Bonita Heights. The road closure is requested to mitigate loitering and illegal activities at the location. A public hearing was held on December 5th, 2023, adopting Resolution 2023-87, authorizing the temporary closure of Grande Vista Drive for 18 months. Under California law, the city must hold a public hearing every 18 months if we wish to continue the closure. The city desires to continue the closure in the interest of public safety. And that concludes my report. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. I'll bring it back to the dais for any council questions of staff if desired. I do not see any questions at this time, so we'll go ahead and move into the public testimony portion. I'll open the hearing now. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
Mayor, we do not have any requests to speak on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go ahead and close the public testimony portion and bring it back for any deliberation if desired. And I do want to just say very briefly, for those who might be wondering, where or why, this is Grande Vista over on the south side of town in District 4. If you are driving eastbound on Iris past LaSalle, you'll get to Grande Vista Drive over on the right-hand side before you get to Nason, before you get to that traffic signal. And as Director Walker mentioned, the impetus, the reason why this was originally done was because of public safety issues that we were having up there with, I remember there was a serious situation with fireworks that were being, causing some fires that were pretty dangerous. There was a lot of issues, so just really glad to see that we're continuing this because it has made a huge difference, so thank you. Are there any further comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion and a second.
All motion to approve?
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
That motion carries unanimously as well. Yes, getting a request for a 5-minute recess. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Welcome back to our city council meeting. We just took a brief recess, so we'll go ahead and pick up right where we left off, which was item K, general business. A friendly reminder that public comment on each general business item shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker and must pertain to the subject matter that is under consideration. Those wishing to testify are encouraged to complete a blue speaker slip to the city clerk's staff. K1 is appointments to various advisory commissions, and we will turn it over to our city clerk, I was going to say Madam Clerk, City Clerk Patty Rodriguez for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll give media a couple minutes too. So the item before you is, again, the appointments to various advisory commissions, presented by none other than the city clerk, myself. So the recommendations for tonight are that the city council approve the slate of mayoral nominees to various advisory bodies. And in summary, the reason for this slate was there are currently 4 planning commissioner members whose terms expired March 31st of 2025. Additionally, 1 vacant alternate position whose term will expire on March 31st, 2027. The following are the mayor's nominations based on the council members' recommendations received from council members pursuant to legislative policy 1.10, section 3, appointment procedures. And additionally, we have additional advisory commissions being brought forward for council's consideration. And these are the slates. We begin with emerging leaders. The nominee is Martin Zambrano for District 1 position. He would be a full-time member. His term would expire May 31st, 2027. That leaves the remaining vacancies, 2 member vacancies, 2 alternate member vacancies, and 2 25 members at-large vacancies. The next commission is the Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission. The nominee is Justin Jackson from District 3. He would be a full member. His term would expire June 30th of 2027. That would leave remaining vacancies, 1 member vacancy and 2 alternate member vacancies. The next commission is the Parks, Community Services, and Trails Commission. The nominees are Fernando Michael, District 2. He would be a full member, and his term would expire June 30th of 2026. Barbara Baxter, District 2. She would also be a full member. Expiring term would be 6/30/2025. And Manuel Agre, District 3. He would be a full member, expiring 6/30/2025. That would leave 1 member vacancy, 1 teen vacancy, 2 alternate vacancies. The Planning Commission, the nominees are Stan Yombo, District 4. He would be a full member. Term would expire 3/31/2029. We have Omar Kobian, District 3, full member. Term expiring 3/31/2029. Gabriela Mendez, District 3, full member, expiring 3/31/2029. Adam Hall, District 2, he would be a full member, expiring term 3/31/2029. And then Kama Burton, District 4, alternate member, expiring 3/31/2029. Ronald Dudek, District 4, alternate member, expiring 3/31/2027, and that leaves 0 vacancies. The next one is a Traffic Safety Commission. The nominees are Sharon Hedges, District 2, alternate member, expiring 6/30/2026. Seth Cox, District 3, full member, expiring 6/30/2027. Kimberly Wallen, District 3, full member, expiring 6/30/2027. The remaining vacancies would be 1 member vacancy, 1 alternate vacancy, and 6 non-voting members vacancies. And lastly, we have the Utilities Commission, and here we have Thomas Ketchum as the nominee, District 4, and the position would be alternate public member, term expiring 6/30/2028, and no vacancies are left on the utilities. Thank you for watching. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. That will bring us to any council questions of staff, if desired, and we'll go ahead and bring it back up to the dais. Don't see any questions at this time, so we'll go ahead and move into the public testimony portion. Do we have any requests to speak on this item, Madam Clerk?
We do, Mayor. The first three speakers are Adam Hall, followed by IE Informer, followed by Alvin Dijonay.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Adam Hall. My wife and I have been proud residents of Moreno Valley for 28 years. We've had the joy of raising our 4 children in this city. Over that time, we've also operated our family nursery business here in the city, and we've been truly blessed to witness so many positive changes and growth in our community. Like many parts of California, our city now faces significant challenges with the rising housing cost and high rents, which make it hard for the next generation, including our own children, to afford to live here. I believe this is an important issue and one I hope that we can work together to address in the future. I'd like to express my sincere thanks to the mayor, Ed Delgado, Elena Baca, and the entire city council for considering me for the Planning Commission. It'd be an honor to be and grateful for the opportunity to serve. Thank you.
The next three speakers are IE Informer, followed by Alvin Dijonay, followed by Evelyn Gonzalez.
All right, good evening again. Let me just say, we keep forgetting that this Sunday is Mother's Day, so all your moms out there, happy Mother's Day. Let's give them a thing. You can't do nothing without Mom. 48 years I've been a resident here, which is a baby compared to other people. Roy's been here since the horse and buggy days. But in regards to these positions, and I can vouch for what Roy said, because in 1988, I was here, stationed at the base, when they removed those planning commissioners for no apparent reason but political retaliation. And I think that is one of the biggest mistakes that happened. And I'm gonna tell you why, and I'm speculating. We had a raceway, and all of a sudden the raceway went away because inexperienced people, in my opinion, were on that planning commission that did not know what they were doing, and that's when NASCAR was hot. The millions of dollars we lost. Let's move it forward, 1980, let's move it a little bit forward. Base closures come. They close that base. That mall that we have now reconditioned to do something else with never made any money because the people did not have the hindsight to think about the biggest employer that this city has that is going through base realignment, but you're gonna approve a mall that never made any money. Inexperience. Now, there are some people on that planning commission that have been here just as long as I have, if not longer, and have skin in the game and live here. And that's experience that you cannot take because they know the history of where we've been and where we need to go. That's got to be considered. You just can't come in here and, well, I guess you can because you got the power. But the point is, how many mistakes is Moreno Valley going to make before we can get it right? If it's not broken, just like Louise said, why fix it? If the person wants to continue to serve and they're doing a good job, what's the point of removing them? What's the point? How many mistakes are we going to make here? When people ask me, and I have a lot of military friends, about my city, they say, Donovan, I'm coming by the base, whatever. Well, the base is a reserve base. You can't do this, whatever, right? They go, well, what's going on in your city? I said, we have some beautiful warehouses. We have some great hotels. Well, what else is in your city? Well, Lake Paris, I guess, or whatever. We got to get the right people in the positions, and they've been doing a good job. If they weren't doing a good job, I would be over there hollering and screaming, and I've never been over there. So let's do the right thing here, you guys. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Alvin Dijonay, followed by Evelyn Gonzalez, followed by Josie Yombo.
Hello, everyone. I actually find it strange being on this side. For the last 8 years, I've been over there. I have to start by saying, though I have a smile, but I am actually very disappointed and very hurt by the way I was treated. Even as a commissioner or a private citizen coming with a concern, I should have gotten back to. We don't even know what that issue was. It never got heard. I've been in the city for 54 years. I don't look it, but yes, I've been in the city for 54 years. As a leader, I have had to make many decisions. Whether or not an individual was not operating up to par, or whether or not a group or a program was not operating up to par. And I had to make a decision to say, either we need to change that, or we need to remove that program and start all over again. I don't see our planning commission currently operating without efficiency and not operating up to par. By removing myself, by removing Joanne, and by removing Mr. Baker, you're removing the most experienced people on the Planning Commission. I can't say why. I don't even know why I wasn't gotten back to. I don't know why. An interesting thing, too, is I do see positions that are open and alternate and full members for the safety committee. I actually put that on as my second choice. My name's not up there at all. So I could have filled one of those positions as a safety commission. Don't know why that didn't happen. So that just leads me to pause. Again, I'm that guy. I don't have any affiliations. I don't have any quorums. I don't have any groups. I don't have anybody telling me, hey, do this or do that or do that. And I'm not saying that anybody does. I come at this with an open mind, an open heart, with a love for the city for 54 years that I've been here. I have watched this city go from point A to point B to point C, and I still have the love for the city, and I still want to continue to see it drive the right way and the proper way. Speaking about that experience, I do happen to know that a lot of decisions that are made by the Planning Commission are final decisions. I don't know if the new people coming in know that, which means that if we make that final decision that doesn't even come to City Council, yes, that can put the city in a position for litigation, and we don't need that. I commend Gabby. Though she didn't choose, she's an alternate. She is learning. She is growing. She is getting the experience that she needs to one day come up to be a planning commission. I don't know if that's now, but she's doing that. She is at every single meeting. The other people that have applied have not at all. At all. I can say that one more time, at all. I am not angry. I'm not upset.
The next three speakers are Evelyn Gonzalez, followed by Josie Yombo, followed by Lilia Uloa.
He looks shorter. Good afternoon or good night. Sorry if they get a little crazy. But we are here today to express our support for Gabriela Mendez and the mayor's slate for Plan Commissioner. The last time we were here, we were told that Gabriela would begin as an alternate with the opportunity to be considered for a full position in March. It is now May. Gabriela has attended meetings, completed training classes, and demonstrated her commitment. We believe she is ready and deserves a chance to serve in a primary position. It is time to stop being resistant to younger voices and allow new leaders like Gabriela the opportunity to contribute and grow in these important roles. Thank you for your time.
The next three speakers are Josie Yombo, followed by Lilia Uloa, followed by Nathan Urena.
Good evening. So my name is Josie Yombo, and I am Stan Yombo's wife. Yombo, as he likes to be called. He's very disappointed that he couldn't attend tonight's meeting due to an urgent matter concerning one of the properties he oversees. Unfortunately, he was called away, and to ensure the necessary inspections and permits are in place before that property opens, he couldn't be here. However, I am very delighted to be here, and I've been very absent in all of his attendance here, so I'm very happy to be here to represent him at this moment. Stan has a deep passion for our city and is strongly committed to serving our community. As demonstrated by his current role as the chairperson of the Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission, he is a strong and thoughtful leader who is dedicated, involved, supportive, and committed to transparency. With his extensive background in project development for new hotels, Yambo possesses a thorough understanding of the city's regulations, construction processes, and technical infrastructure. I am completely confident that his expertise would make him a significant asset to the Planning Commission if he is given the opportunity. Thank you for your time and consideration.
The next three speakers are Lilia Uloa, followed by Nathan Urena, followed by Daryl Terrell.
Hi, I'm here for support for Gabriela Mendez and Stan Jumbo. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Nathan Urena, followed by Daryl Terrell, followed by Jason Reese.
Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council, ladies and gentlemen, and residents of this beautiful city of Moreno Valley. Although there's been a feeling of contention in the room on this topic of the issue, I cannot leave out the simple fact of these individuals who applied to these boards for their nomination, for their willingness to serve the community. Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council, you had the opportunity to put them on as frontrunners and nominees, and you did so based on the fact of their application and their willingness to serve their community. Many of these nominees, like Justin Jackson and Gabriela Mendez, are young, driven, and hungry to see this city grow and become the most beautiful city in the Inland Empire. I've known Gabriela from my time in the Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission. I've seen her flourish, and I know that through her work in the Planning Commission, this city can move forward. We need to dispel with this whole idea that the youth are inexperienced or they're not as capable of handling that as someone who's been on such a commission for decades. I say this to anybody who judges that. Don't judge a book by its cover, because it is the youth of this city, this whole nation, that changes times. And I say this to anybody who doubts their ability to serve. If you question their ability to serve, then why not step up and guide them? They are here to serve the community. They want to serve. And instead of putting anybody down, not just those two members, but anyone else applying, I say this: stand up for them, raise your voice high, and if you genuinely want this city to move forward, you will do anything in your power, regardless of a title or an office you hold, to push forward and ensure this city is the beacon that it is. It is the second largest city in Riverside County, but guess what? In a couple years, it will surpass Riverside itself. I have no doubt of that. It is time that we dispel with the idea that the youth do not have the ability to serve, because they do. I am living proof of that, and so are the members of the Emerging Leader Council and all the youth commissioners that serve this city. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I yield back to the dais.
The next three speakers are Daryl Terrell, followed by Jason Ruiz, followed by Bob Palomares.
Hi, my name is Daryl Terrell. I've lived in the city for 37 years. I'm speaking not only as myself, but a commissioner, fellow commissioner. This is what the issue is. It's not about old versus young. It's about all of us together that has a stake in this community. I've, like my fellow commissioner, Dejanay, I started on the Traffic Safety Commission. I went to every council meeting. I went there without no suit and tie. Roy would tell you that. I had a warm-up song. But I got involved, even though I was shot down so many times, but I stayed and persevered. And the thing is about all my fellow commissioners, Mr. Baker and Commissioner Stefan and Commissioner Designate, they have experience. It has nothing to do with being old or young. It has nothing to do with that. It's about experience, because the things that we have to go through, read the information, we have to come to a decision. Even the Honorable Council Member Gonzalez, he understands that. He understands that we don't go up there and pick and choose. We work together. Sometimes we come on the short end of the stick, but we come together and we move forward. And that's the thing about the city we have to continue to do. We can't start dividing each other based on age, sex, or anything. It has to be what we love. We all love the city, and we all have different paths to get there. But at the same time, we also have to look at, again, experience. And also, here's a story. Me and David Zykes, I had a preconception about him. But the one thing about me and him, took a walk at one of those academies. We walked and got a burrito together. I learned a lot from him. It despairs everything about what I thought about him. It's because we got to know each other, and sometimes we didn't agree on. Lindsay Robinson's another person in the community. Sometimes she'll come to Lowe's and we'll talk, blah, 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 this and this. But the thing about it, I love her to death. But we could agree to disagree. But the main thing about being a planning commissioner is looking out the best for the community, for the people, and be able to ask the questions, be able to set aside your personal differences or whatever your personal biases for the better of the community. And I love my commissioners because we work together good, and it has nothing again about generations. It's about us working together as one Moreno Valley, that we all in this together, we rise and fall together, because we deserve as a community the best of everything, not the worst. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Jason Ruiz, followed by Bob Palomares, followed by Riley Peak.
Hello, good morning, Moreno Valley City. Good morning, council members, mayor, and city staff. I am here in support today of Gabriel Mendez as a member for the Planning Commission, as well as Kuba Brown for the alternate. I know her as Ms. Burton, but I wanted to speak on that. I think that Gabriel Mendez would be a wonderful pick for the for the City of Moreno Valley Commission, Planning Commission. She is wonderful, and as she said, she's committed to her commitments. As far as when she became an alternate, she hit the ground running. Maybe she didn't want the position she got, but she accepted it. Despite whatever was going on, she continued. She hit the ground running. She went to the Planning Academy for the Planning Commission for the city, as well as she attended meetings. So I wanted to touch on that as well. And then also Kuba Brown. Kuba Brown, she is amazing, a wonderful leader in the city. You may not know her because she's behind the scenes, but she's getting things done with nonprofits and helping youth and, there for the city. The reason I know her as Ms. Burton is because she was my college professor, and an amazing one at that. So I want to say, she's here at Moreno Valley College, teaching the young, teaching those who want to strive and create that wealth. So thank you. Thank you for your time.
The next three speakers are Bob Palomares, followed by Riley Peak, followed by Barbara Baxter.
Good evening again. There's nothing against the people that applied, I'm sure they're fine people. I'm looking at all the experience, the time that these people have invested, the commissioners that are sitting there now, DeJournay, Joanne, Mr. Baker. I mean, it's, the future is now. And these people bring a lot of experience. They work well together. There's no complaints about them. Why would you want to go and take them out? There's a lot of that going on right now in the nation's capital, where they're getting people that are even, in the Pentagon, and they're getting them out and putting who knows who in there, because it's all political. And that's what this is. And it's nothing against the people that applied. But why would you exclude the people that are sitting there? You know, that's, there's something wrong with this picture. And we know what goes on behind the curtain. And all you people sitting up there also know. So, you know, it's on you. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Riley Peak, followed by Barbara Baxter, followed by Christopher Baca.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. I'd like to first start off by congratulating everybody who applied to become a commissioner. Being a commissioner, for me, is one of the greatest joys I've had in life. I've been able to serve this great community and all of our residents and represent them on the issues that really matter. Commissions get to see everything. Before it goes to City Council, before it goes to everywhere, it goes to a commission. And it's just wonderful to get to see all of the amazing new programs and everything, get a little sneak peek of all the amazing things that we have coming for our residents. So I just commend you all for applying. I did have a couple things I wanted to talk about, though. With our PCSTC, it's wonderful to see some new members. We've been lacking on some membership lately, but it's exciting to see some new people. But I just had two of them. I noticed that their term expires next month. So that was just a little, hopefully it's just an error, but it's great to see new people and more people coming out and serving their community, as it truly is one of the greatest professions. Even though it's unpaid, it is still, I'm paid in the joy that I get in seeing the community thrive. And then the Planning Commission. What we need as commissioners in this city are people who are out there and people who make their voices heard and people who are able and willing to listen to their fellow citizens and residents. And I feel that the planning commissioners who are currently on there, some of my closest friends and allies, they are the best people for the role, in my opinion. Like Joanne Steffen and Alvin Dejanay, they are wonderful people. I met Alvin at the commissioner dinner and appreciation event, and they're just such a fun bunch of people to be around, and they collaborate with each other, and that's what's really big and important in commissions, because those meetings can take forever. I'm sure anybody who looks up on YouTube can see how long a planning commission meeting can take, but they make it fun and they enjoy themselves, and they kind of it makes time fly by, and that's kind of what we need in the city. So just wanted to bring that up and just thank you all for your time.
The next three speakers are Barbara Baxter, followed by Christopher Baca, followed by Joanne Steffen.
Short people. Good evening. I came here in January of 1983 when it was called Sunnymead, and there was one signal light with the Air Force, and I spent my time here, and then when I got out, I said, this is a great place, I think I'll stay. However, I was always wanting to be involved. Wherever I was, I want to do something, be busy. At that time, I'm in the Optimist Club, president, lieutenant governor, on board of directors with the Moreno Valley Chamber of Commerce, the Black Chamber of Commerce, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and just busy in the city. I've seen people come and go, mayors, city councils. I'm sure none of you remember Bonnie Flickinger, Charles White, Frank West, some of the ones there was a lot of contention, but things were being done for the good of the community in a lot of ways. The worst plan, and I've been here 40-some years, the worst thing we ever did in the city of Moreno Valley was bring that mall. San Bernardino got the two, one's been demolished. We didn't need no mall. That racetrack was a moneymaker. And, you know, the plans that the planning commission's yays or nays, I'm going to give myself 20 seconds for what I really came for. What the planning commission yays or nays has such an impact. And if you get people that are just rubber stamping things, you're going to have so much trouble. And we fight like dogs on the East End to keep stuff that's detrimental to our community out. And you just don't know the enormity of who you're picking. they need to be vetted, not just this is my friend or I like you or whatever. They need to be vetted because all the things I've been involved with, all the 40 years I've been in Moreno Valley, I took it very seriously and I had the heart for the people. I'm gonna take this last 50 seconds. This is what I'm here for. I'm on the Parks and Recreation. I was on it before. My husband passed last September, so I've been out of the loop for a little bit of time. But I'm coming back to doing stuff in Moreno Valley because I love it here. And I'm looking at it where it says June of 2025. That's like a month from now. Do we reapply? I've been waiting. I actually called today. That's why I'm even here. Do we wait and then we reapply and come back next year, or how does that work? I'm just curious about it. Hallelujah. But I want to see good people. I mean, this town is going places, and if we don't take care of it, who will? Thank you. Just give me an answer to that.
The next two speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by Joanne Steffen.
Good afternoon again. I'm kind of bothered by some of the youth that's being ousted. I mean, they're doing a great job. You know, I don't know. I think there should be a little more consideration when it comes to some of the youth. And I don't support those issues. Those appointments. Or rather, I don't support the ousting of some of these individuals that were there. I mean, the process usually is wherever the vacancy is to put other people. But as far as the planning commission is concerned, I think I support that. I think it's about time you drain the swamp. I think the planning commission currently, previously, is nothing but a rubber stamp for Highland Fairview's BS. And it needs to be done. They need to get rid of them, and you need to put new blood in there that really knows what they're doing. There's nothing, I mean, this last stuff that they approved, the last Highland Fairview BS project that they approved, that's nonsense. That's absolutely nonsense. We all know it's not gonna happen, and he's just doing it to improve his pocketbook. And he's also involved in a lot of illegal activity. He's involved in a lot of election interfering. He was completely involved in electioneering when this last vote came about. Mr. Cabrera, you know very well that you were bought out and you voted for that project that was approved by this planning commission, which is just a bunch of BS. And so as far as the planning commission, great, drain the swamp. Maybe next year we'll drain the swamp with other people that realizes what really is going on in the city as far as special interest, election interfering, and so forth. Thank you.
The next speaker is Joanne Steffen.
I believe, Mr. Mayor, you were the only no vote on that one, just for clarification. Okay. When I was appointed nearly 8 years ago, my focus was to be able to fulfill the dreams, vision of the residents of Moreno Valley as a whole, taking into account the public staff recommendations, and if the projects and the agenda items were a fit, and dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's. It never was a personal issue for me. I am an analytical person. It's how I approach my decisions, looking at all the factors, making my job on the commission a lot easier. I have been told it may be politically motivated and not on the job performance issue. I pray that this is not the case, as we all want the best for everyone who lives here and call Moreno Valley our home. I would be a great disservice to do otherwise. I am on the commission to serve, not to be served. When there was a lull and I wasn't reappointed, I was approached by a lot of the staff telling me why I wasn't up there. And I said, well, I can't do anything about it. The council has to vote on that. And when they tell you, I felt like I was doing a good job because they wanted me back on the dais. I'm a proud resident of 40 years. Some people don't like to hear that, but that's just a fact. I raised 4 boys in this city. I have 11 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren, one who passed, but I still count him. I said, and when Nikki Taylor was being bypassed by this same council, I felt the need to stick up for her because she was a good commissioner. She was waiting to be put up to the commission, and she was being completely bypassed just the same way we were. Her name wasn't even on there. And she told me, she said, you know, Joanne, I felt very, very bad. And I said, well, I'm going to get up and speak for you, Nikki, because you are an asset to us, and you should be on that dais. And it had nothing to do with Gabriela Mendez. I didn't even know the girl. It was just the fact that I felt that it was just wrong. And I felt that it would have been a disservice for me not to speak up for somebody that I felt did a good job. She also went to the academy. She also took the bull by the horns, like I said, and we got moved and everything. She is a wonderful person. So, and she does the job, and she does a good job. So when that happens, I just feel the need to do something. And I just wish, Mr. Mayor, we would have had a conversation. That's all I asked, because I feel the same way that Nikki did.
Next 2 speakers are Roy Bleckert, followed by Luis Palomares.
First off, Mr. Sadiq was incorrect. I go back to the Neanderthal days when all you had was a club and a cave. This is a failure of process first, I'll start with that. Come up here, we've had the example, Mayor Tom had it, we had interviews with the Planning Commission so you could make a decision. I put that in there, we can do it with that. It's been a failure of this council and staff. It should have been brought up there. If this council is not smart enough to do it, we should have an executive staff that's putting it in front of us so we can make a decision if all 5 of you know what you're doing up there. And we got a staff that's earning their money. Second thing, we know exactly what's going on like it did 37 years ago. So political persecution because somebody wants to run this thing, they want their people in. Because if we went through the process, and I know all of them very well to not at all, I want to make a comment of who I support for the Planning Commission after seeing them and hearing them when they're making their decisions. This is a total 1,000% failure of this whole city. They brought it up. That's what everybody should be advocating for, even those that were coming up here and supporting this. If you want the best and brightest and you say this city is going to do that or you want that, then let's put the processes in place that's going to make it work. 2 of you, and you said it the last meeting, sitting there right there, Erlen and Shay. You said you make your decisions and you ain't influenced by this. Well, you should turn to your right and look at Mayor Baby Jesus over there saying we're not going to tolerate this. We're not going to tolerate political persecutions. We're not going to tolerate none of this. We're going to put the process in place. We're going to put interviews out there, especially at a minimum of the Planning Commission, because that's very important. Tell me it ain't, Erlen. Let's get our S together. It ain't going to go anywhere. Hoping and wishing Moreno Valley be this side or whatever you want ain't going to do it. If your car is blown up and broken, it ain't going nowhere. Goes for you guys too. Let's get it together. You just want to talk about this or that? I want to say anybody in this room who's talked to me. Like I say, I go back to the cave and club days. So let's put this on the table. The motion should be, we're tabling this, we're coming back, we're going to do the process, we're going to do it right. So maybe this city and the people of it will have a chance. Do the right thing.
Next 2 speakers, Luis Palomares, followed by Gabriela Mendez.
Wow, all the speakers, I agree with the ones who are talking about
It's not broken, leave it alone. This is your agenda, Cabrera. We know. You're a climber. And the young lady that you're recommending, how long has she been here? January the 7th. We're on May the 7th. And you already put her up for a commissioner seat? Hey, earn your way. You know, now, this is all wrong. You're wrong. This is your agenda. Or is it Corey Jackson's agenda? Whose agenda is it really? What the hell's really going on in our city? The young speakers, I agree with a lot of what they said. Hey, the young got to come up and do the commission, some of these. I get it, but start somewhere. Not as a planning commissioner 5 months later. That you're wrong, Cabrera. Cabrera, you're wrong. You're wrong. So where are we going with this? You know, they were saying, we want things for the city. We want good things. Well, wait a minute. We're behind the scene. We're going backwards. We're on the Titanic. With you as a mayor, we haven't went anywhere. How many planning commission have been canceled because of you? Because we ain't got nothing to put on the agenda. The staff's trying to get something going here, but you throw a monkey wrench in everything because you don't want no growth, everything. Hillwood, you threw that project away on the East End. $30 million, and I can't stop saying it because I'm still mourning over that one. So now we got all these other Acabalas coming up, the nascent corridors coming up. We need people that know what the heck they're doing in there. But this is your agenda because this is what you want. You're the king. You run this city like you're a king here. It's your way or the highway. You know, the staff, they work hard. They try to do what's right for the city, but you're doing what's right for you. You got your own personal agenda. You're a climber. You want to go here, there. Hey, that's good. But at least climb the ladder and do the right thing for the community here. We've got to tax bonds. We got tax, of course, because we ain't got nothing else coming over. You know, you're sending a big message to all the developers. They don't even want to come here and do business, a lot of them. And now, here we are again. We're back 37 years ago. Well, read your book. You don't have no respect for the seat because you can't even look at the community talking to you. But when your speakers come and here, the lobbies that you got lobbying over here for the seat, you're wow, all over the map with that one. Well, that's good. Let them, hey, wait in line and take their turn. I mean, you're wrong. You're all wrong. So this is where we're at today. So here we go. I know Gonzalez, you started the planning. Now you're in the seat here. All right. You voted for the Acabella. You voted the right way. Please do.
The next speaker, Gabriela Mendez.
Hi, good evening. I would first like to express my gratitude to the mayor and the council for allowing me time to address you tonight. I'm Gabriela Mendez. I'm currently an alternate planning commissioner and a proud resident of the city of Moreno Valley. Prior to this, I served as a vice chair for 2 years on the Environmental and Historical Commission, now that you changed the name to commission. I've also gained experience in land use by working as a co-chair on a redistricting committee in the neighboring city, which now plans the city for 10 years. So I worked on that as well. I have a bunch of stuff and I'm happy to share with the community if you have more questions. I'm here in support of the mayor's slate and especially, I'm vouching for myself and Stan Yambo, who is also incredible and has served as a chair for the Environmental Commission as well. We have demonstrated dedication and our service to the city by even rolling up our sleeves and actually going out into the street and cleaning the streets. I personally was able to attend the Planning Commission Academy, and where I received intensive training for about a week in land use, city and state codes, and more. I have 40 plus notes in my Google Docs to prove it, which I have revised. But what I'm most proud of is my fairness in everything I do. Even as a political science major, I am incredibly data-driven, and I love research. And I have developed a good working relationship with the staff of the city. I am excited to serve in the interests of the community with the leadership and the guidance of the council and the mayor. and will do everything in my power to assure that Moreno Valley soars even higher. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And thank you to all of our public speakers as well for coming out and speaking during public testimony. At this time, we will go ahead and bring it back to the dais for council deliberation, if desired. And I would like to just make a couple of brief comments, if I may, and then look to my colleagues. So first, I just want to say that this process is pretty complex. It is pretty complicated. There's various steps to it, and part of it is the state, of California government code that establishes in law that mayors in the state of California appoint or nominate, and that has to be ratified by the council. So that's part of what we're doing here. An additional step that the council decided to put in place here in the city of Moreno Valley was to add a step where each council member would recommend or not recommend applicants that came from their district. So that was something that was voted on by the council, approved, I want to say maybe 2 years ago or so. And so that step added a little bit more complexity to it, because I have to obviously take that into consideration. And on this particular slate, it's a healthy number of applicants on this slate. And it's not often that there are more applications than there are seats available. That's something that has happened more recently, because only a couple years ago, we had full-on commissions that had no one sitting on the commission. They were completely vacant, dormant, didn't have any meetings, couldn't conduct any business whatsoever. We've done a complete 180 from that. One of the first things that I did when I got elected mayor was to make sure that the city did significant outreach to invite our residents to apply for our boards and commissions, now just called commissions. And since then, we've gone through several rounds, I want to say maybe 3 or 4 rounds of nominations and ratifications by the council. And so I want to say maybe of all the recommendations that came from the council members, probably over 90% of those were taken into consideration and respected. There's some minor differences, right? Maybe 2 or 3 that differ or vary from the council recommendations. But at the end of the day, when we first created this extra step for recommendations from the council districts, it's even in our policy. It states there that the mayor also obviously gets to choose and has a say in ultimately who comes up on the slate. So it's a very fine balancing game, and I always do my best to find and strike that balance, respecting the recommendations that come from the council members, and then also making sure that I, as mayor of the city, give my input as well. That was the understanding from the council. And so I'll just conclude my comments by saying that when I got elected to the city council back in 2017, I had zero experience, zero political experience. I was at Moreno Valley College. I didn't even have my political science degree yet. I was literally going to UCR to get my bachelor's degree while I was sitting here on this dais, putting my suit on, going to class, riding my bike to class, running back to my car. Let's be respectful. Everybody had their turn to speak. Now it's the council's turn to speak. Coming back to City Hall to attend our council meetings, and a lot of that was a learning process. I had to rely on those around me and those outside of City Hall to, learn the intricacies and the history of our city as well. And well, I was not here back when, decisions like the mall and the racetrack were made. I definitely hear those comments and do my best to make sure that I'm educating myself on all the history and all the decisions that have been made in the past. And so I think at this point, it's just, time for us to give an opportunity to new faces, to new voices, to a fresh set of commissioners to serve on our city commissions. And as an example, Commissioner Desjardins, Commissioner Stephan, even Commissioner Baker, I've voted to confirm your appointments to our commissions at least once, if not twice, all of you. I've voted for you in the past to appoint you to our commissions. So it's nothing personal. I've actually supported you to be on these commissions. It's about giving new folks an opportunity to serve on our commissions and move us into the future. So, very, very grateful for your service, for all of our commissioners that have served our city. And I'll conclude my comments at that and look forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say.
Thank you. I will say this. I have a lot of thoughts on this. Planning Commission, for as far as I can remember, is always the most contentious. We have a ton of boards and commissions that don't have enough people, but Planning Commission seems to be the one where everybody wants a slot. People get upset when they don't get reappointed. And everyone's trying to figure out what's going on, what's happening. So I will just say this. I don't have a problem with voting in new people. I don't think anyone, just like I don't think I'm entitled to this seat if they don't renew my contract, if I decide to run for re-election. No one's entitled to a seat. Everything has a term limit. Everything has an expiration date, right? While I thank those members that were on it previously, if you're not reappointed, to the way I look at it is no one is guaranteed towards anything, right? So I think it should come from that. But there are plenty of other boards or commissions that if anyone wants to serve on, they should serve on. We've got, as you can see, a lack of participation in the emerging council where we need to fill that up. Our Parks and Rec commission needs more people. I don't know if Riley may still be here, but literally it's Riley and two other people. And if one of them isn't there, guess what? We don't have quorum. So I wish personally that people would give the same energy that everyone's giving the Planning Commission to all the other boards or commissions. I wish. I applaud everyone that came up, gave whatever comments they wanted to give, whether in support or not in support. That's fine. I do just want to kind of push back a little bit on some of the things that I just heard the mayor said. Fine, fresh blood coming in, that's fine. And saying that that's why you wanted to reappoint new people. Then I guess the one question that I do have is, then why are you reappointing Mr. Coben? Because if that's the argument you're standing on, then he, like Ms. Steffens, like Mr. Desjardins, and Mr. Baker shouldn't have been reappointed, because then your argument is, I'm not reappointing anyone. It's brand new people. So that's the only that I see with that point in particular, is that if you're reappointing him, that argument technically doesn't stand. So that's the only thing there. But for everything else, I am fully in support of people understanding that sometimes you may only get one term. Sometimes you may get 2 terms. Some folks, like Mr. Baker, have been lucky enough to do about 20 years. I honestly think he should get a plaque and certificate for the amount of time that he's put in. But it's quite okay to go find something else. We have plenty of other things, and come back and reapply for Planning Commission maybe once you're out the loop. I just wish it wasn't always so contentious. And that's just kind of where I am on that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Delgado.
All right. So first and foremost, I want to let you guys know, the council up here, that we can have a conversation without people getting their feelings hurt, because that's what we do, right? We have conversations and we move forward because we're professionals. I would consider us, and I would call it grown-up talk. So I looked through the entire slate, all of the, I'm going through this when I first got it, and I'm looking at it looking good, then I get to the Planning Commission. And like Councilmember Shea said, that the Planning Commission is, for whatever reason, sought after. Oftentimes it's to step up to the dais, the city council. But for the folks here, I was in shock to see that the names that I submitted were Joanne Steffen to continue, David Zeitz to continue, and then Adam Hall. It was my recommendation to be an alternate because Adam brings so much different experience to the Planning Commission. On the summary of the City Council report, the staff report, the following are the mayor's nominations based on the recommendations received from council members. So when I saw that my recommendation for Ms. Steffen wasn't on there, I was actually shocked, just like some of you were. It was like, well, I get the fact that per the California code that you have the ability to create a slate, but based on the recommendations from the council. So my point to that is I was kind of shocked. I was actually surprised because, and let me tell you why I was surprised, Mr. Mayor. When you first got up here, you told everybody, including the public, that you were mistreated forever, right? And your voice wasn't heard, and that you felt that that it was for personal reasons, and you would never treat anybody, us, or the public like that, like you felt. It does not take someone in the political world to see what is going on. I would say Mrs. Baxter, Barbara Baxter, is the least political person in this room. The least political person in this room. She sees it. She sees that there are people that are, and let me tell you, Adam Hall is going to do a great job. Gabriella, she's been doing a great job. Justin is going to do a great job. But guess what? Alvin DeJournette and Joanne Steffen were doing a great job. Literally, you guys, I'm actually 100% shocked that this is even an issue, because where I come from in my career, I was going to say public safety, such as Chief Park and Chief Mack, you are promoted based on your merit. You're promoted because you've done a good job or people have faith in you to do a good job, right? In that same family, you're demoted based on your performance or lack thereof. These two folks were removed. 3 folks were removed, but there's 0 reasons besides fresh blood. There's 0 reasons that they were not demoted, they were removed and not put on anything else. 0 reasons. So where I come from, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking of the big picture when I started reading all this, like, what is going on? Why would we as a council approve what I see is going on? Barbara Baxter hit it right on the nose. So I would say that Stan Yambo, Omar, they're all going to be, they're going to do a great job. But the reasoning behind the choices, Mr. Mayor, call me to question it. And I go back to you. I go back to your leadership. And is this how, if I was your son and I was watching you perform in this realm right here, would you want me to do that to somebody else? I'm not sure that you would, sir. You have children and you're setting the example for them to not treat people based on your own personal. This slate, the Planning Commission affects the city of Moreno Valley unlike any other commission in the city of Moreno Valley besides the 5 of us up here. They literally affect the direction of the city of Moreno Valley. So that's why, to answer your question, Councilmember Bernard, that's why it's so contentious, is because it's so important to us. I'm not saying, I've never ever said young. If my son was up here, I'd cheer him on to start at the bottom and work his way up as well. that has nothing to do with what I'm saying as far as what I'd like to see. What I'd like to see is, okay, let me ask you this, Mr. Mayor. Do you think it's okay not to call a constituent back on any reason, regardless of what it is? You're the mayor of the city, the leader of the city. Is it okay to ignore text, emails, and phone calls? Is it okay?
Definitely to ignore someone, no, but I would say that you can't also make sure to respond to everybody and schedule, time to meet with everybody. So definitely not okay to ignore people.
Okay,
for sure.
thank you for that. Mr. Gonzalez, is it okay, in your opinion, I know you're fairly new up here, but you've been on the Planning Commission for a while. Do you think, and I'd love to hear your answer, do you think it's okay to ignore a constituent and you know why Mr. Dejanay was reaching out to you? So is it okay to ignore him and not respond to any of his efforts to reach out to you?
No.
I truly believe you guys understand that. There was something going on here. There was something going on here. Or you would have just, like Alvin said, just tell him, hey man, I'm moving in a different direction. And you can take this as a growing moment. I'm moving in a different direction. I spoke to the mayor and we decided that we're going to get some new blood. I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying whatever you were going to tell him as you reached back out to him. To me, that's not fair. And with that so I put all that together, you guys, and I look at what's going on and I say, wow, this is personal. And I know you're saying it's not personal, but how could Barbara Baxter, the least political person here, and me, with the knowledge that I have of the people, and then hearing the testimony from the two folks that, and James is not here to defend himself or ask for his position, to say they're in here basically defending themselves because they didn't do anything to warrant removal. They didn't. And I get the new blood, I do, but you literally, sir, cannot use that excuse or that reasoning, not excuse, that reasoning, if Mr. Cobain is still there. If it was like Shay said, if it was a clean slate saying, yeah, we're gonna go in a different direction, all you guys, but it's not. It's literally, it's right here. Your recommendations, he remains on there. I don't understand why we're even doing this when I had faith in you that you would not do what was done to you. You told us, and we've had many conversations. We've had man-to-man conversations outside of this that you didn't want to be like that. And this right here says that you are because you're picking and choosing who you want on the dais, and it's right here. So, Adam, I think you're going to be a great planning commissioner. Gabriella, I think you're going to be a great planning commissioner. But again, you guys, I'm only one vote. It takes 5, or it takes 3. I would like to see the 2 members that came tonight to, I wouldn't even say plead their cases, but kind of plead their cases, to be put back on this slate. And then, so now we got a big vote coming up. Sean, you're going to be very busy Thursday night, right? We're going to be very busy Thursday night. The experience that they bring to this Thursday night's planning commission, absolutely unheard of. So it begs to say that we need to reevaluate this slate. And Mayor Cabrera, I've been nothing but respectful for you the entire 3 years I've been here. Even this conversation, I don't disrespect. I challenge. Erlen, I don't disrespect. I challenge. And what I'd like to see is those 2 folks being replaced back on the planning commission to do the job that we asked them to do, and they continue to do the good job that they've done. It's not like, man, Miss Joanne misses every other month, and Mr. Dejanay is going off the rails, and they have to bring him back. It's not like that. It's not, and there's zero proof of that. So I'm going to stop. I know you guys are probably tired of hearing me, but you guys hear where I'm coming from. And I'm speaking to the public. I'm speaking to you because you hear where I'm coming from. That knowing what I know, knowing what they said tonight, and knowing what the big picture, they didn't respond to Alvin. I was very disappointed, and I'm not anybody's, you don't have to worry about me, you don't have to worry about disappointing me at all, but I was disappointed the fact that any constituent didn't get a phone call after several attempts in 3 different modes or methods to try to reach out to you guys, and you guys ignored them. Okay, you didn't ignore them. You just didn't respond to them. So that's not okay, regardless of what it is. I'll leave it at that, and I pray that the council up here, including Erlen, you didn't create this slate. You're just a byproduct of the council, like me. I pray that you see a benefit in keeping Alvin DeJournette and Joanne Stephan on the Planning Commission. I pray that you, or I ask that you guys see their benefit, and not the excuse or the reasoning behind doing that is for new blood. That's not true, or Cobian would be off of it. So, as Riley as Urena said, I yield my time, but you guys know how I feel. So I leave it at that, and I hope we as a council do the right thing, like Miss Barbara Baxter said. I bringing you up, but
the right thing for the right reason. We the people.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem.
So looking at this slate, I would like to make a motion to make some changes. I would like to reappoint Mr. DeJournette, Ms. Joanne Stephan, and what would that be, 2, 3, and move Gabby Mendez and Stan Yombo down to the alternates. And then Ms. Kama Burton, Shay, did you say she was on you had spoke to her about another commission?
I didn't speak to her. I saw it on her application that she was open to traffic safety. But there's I think if we're going to start moving people around, I think you would move Miss Gabriella into position. You would move Mr. Yombo into alternate. If we're going to start moving people around, because technically Gabby did exactly what we had Nikki Taylor do, which was she was an alternate. And so if a slot is open, I would prefer to go to the current alternate, which would be Gabby, and then Mr. Yombo would go into the alternate position, because that's what we did with Miss Taylor. And that I would make the same arguments for anyone that was an alternate. If there is a slot open, I wouldn't bypass an alternate by putting someone on, because that's not fair to the alternate.
Okay, so then that would be a motion to, I'll take your recommendations, to appoint Ms. Joanne Stephan, Ms. Gabby Mendez, Mr. Alvin DeJournette, and who would be the fourth? And Adam Hall and Mr. Yombo as alternates, removing Mr. Dudak and moving Kama Burton to traffic.
So I would like to add that. Is that your motion?
Okay, because I'm missing a number.
While you're kind of working on that, just want to add, I definitely would be, to go back to Councilmember Bernard's comments about, alternate ways of trying to figure this thing out. Like she said, there are other commissions, a lot of other commissions, and I definitely would be open 100% to maybe some of these folks like DeJournette or Stephan, if they want to serve on another commission, 100% would support doing that. And looking at, where can we fit you again, as Councilmember Bernard, presented, I definitely agree with that option. So would be open to exploring that opportunity. But we would need to see what other, like if there's a second choice, if there's another commission that those particular folks would like to serve on.
Quick question, City Attorney. Would it be possible to move all other parts of the slate except for Planning Commission if I made that motion? Is that a motion that we can make? To move all other parts of the boards and commissions forward while having Planning Commission postponed?
Yes.
I second that.
Of you agree.
Just if I may follow up with a question, because in the
You
past,
second that. So can
Is
we?
there's a motion and a second on the floor?
Motion,
Yeah, so-
yes, and a second to move
point-
all but Planning
Point of
Commission.
clarification, if I may, Mr. City Attorney, a question for you, actually. In the past, I just want to make sure that we're in accordance with the California Government Code, that, any mayor in California is the one that makes the nomination. So just want to make sure we're clear on the record, your recommendation and, your legal advice. Just want to make sure that we're following state law, we're not doing anything. Because in the past, we've had similar conversations about this with the former mayor. And the council was not allowed to vote or move forward with the slate unless the mayor made the change. So I just, two different legal advice that we've gotten on different occasions, and just want to make sure that we're
I wanted
clear
to
on that.
clarify that. So let me start with, so the general law provides that the cities may adopt reasonable methods of selecting members of its boards and commissions, but it has to do that in the context of Government Code Section 40605, and that one provides that in general law, cities with elected mayors, the mayor, with the approval of the city council, makes appointments to boards, commissions, and committees unless otherwise specifically provided by statute, and we don't have anything by statute that provides otherwise. So here, what the city council did, and the mayor referred to this, is that they did adopt a reasonable method of selecting members by allowing, complying with Government Code Section 40605, which allows the mayor to make appointments based on recommendations submitted to the mayor for his appointment consideration, so you still have the power of appointment. So yes, you can make a motion to switch all this around, but the mayor still makes the nominations, and you vote that up and down. Does that make sense? So you can make these recommendations.
Yeah.
You have to convince the mayor to present that as a slate of nominees, and you vote that up and down.
Okay.
If he doesn't agree with that, then you have to try it again.
And then we agree on the slates except for planning.
Okay. So then just to clarify, we can go ahead and vote on the rest of the slates because personally, there's no reason to hold up the rest of it if Planning Commission is going to be the contentiousness. If we can't come up with an agreement to how to redo the Planning Commission, then the mayor can go back to the drawing board and try to resubmit again.
Correct.
If we vote it and vote it down, correct? Okay.
So can we just do a separate vote? We'll first vote on the slate and then we'll do planning?
For each
Okay, we'll
slate that
separate.
the mayor,
Okay.
each slate of nominees the mayor has
Alright.
presented by commission.
And I'd just like to, for the record, remind council and the city attorney that there was a motion from Councilwoman in District 4, seconded by Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem, to approve the entire slate except for the Planning Commission's portion.
Okay, I think that clarifies, thank you, Mr. City Attorney, that definitely adds some clarity to the conversation. And as City Manager mentioned, there's a motion and a second on the floor. So yeah, I think definitely need to take more time. This is not the time to start making changes. And as some of the speakers mentioned, there are some other terms that are expiring. So that's another thing that we're gonna have to deal with just within the next month. There's several members that their terms are expiring as well. And there's other applications that were kind of withheld. I didn't see them, but I know there's other applications according to staff. Just wanted to make sure we get this on this agenda. So Staff told me that we would wait for those other applications and bring them back at a future time. So I also just want to make sure that we're respecting, like, I see input from other council districts and kind of basically telling or trying to supersede what another council member wants to do for their particular district. Just want to make sure we're keeping that in consideration and we're being as respectful as possible for the particular council member where the applicants are coming from, and respecting that and not overriding that, because that's the process that we put in place. So just, something to keep in consideration as we go through this process and, bring back future slates. So, okay, there's a motion and a second on the floor, and that was to approve the current slate with the exception of the Planning Commission. And just to make sure can we vote on this, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, you can.
We can?
As long as the slate is the list of nominees presented by the mayor for each of those commissions.
Yeah, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. And for the record, before I actually call out the motion, not the motion, the vote, how you will vote, we have received applications for respective, boards, commissions, I should say. So they're still in the process. So again, we can bring that back once you have decided or council has decided what the Planning Commission slate will look like.
And Patty, are they for different boards and commissions?
That's correct.
And then, just a point of clarification, when the terms expire, like Ms. Baxter's that will expire next month, the rules that we change will allow them to continue until they're replaced, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so
Yes.
even though it's 1 month, you'll be fine. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's something that hopefully we could fix, because valid point. And I felt bad even nominating, because there's probably 2 or 3 that are in the same situation, and I was like, this doesn't make any sense. And another thing I just remembered, there was 2 applications for the Arts Commission. Both of them are teen members. But there's only 1 seat open on the Arts Commission that's explicitly a teen member seat. And then there's another seat that's a regular member seat. So I was kind of torn, even though I want both of them to serve. I was advised by staff that I could only nominate 1 because there's only 1 teen seat. So hopefully that's something we could try to figure out. These youngsters, very qualified for high school teenagers, very, very qualified. Like, I want to figure out a way that we can make sure that they serve. Not just because there's only 1 teen seat, one of them, has to be out. Possibly, maybe add another teen seat or maybe an alternate, like put some flexibility in there. So just another thing to try to consider for the future.
And Mayor, in that particular case, I would suggest that council then at some point bring back an ordinance to modify various commissions to ensure that the makeup of any commission is to the liking of the entire body itself.
Got it, thank you. Okay, we keep the deliberation going on and on, but let's go ahead and vote on the motion and the second.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Santa Cruz?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously as well. And there's no other items on K, so we'll go ahead and move into item L, which is the...
Mayor, there is K2.
Oh, there is. I have a bunch of notes. Look, I'm not lying. Okay, K2, it got buried in all my notes. K2, consider revisions to policy 1.03, staff assistance provided to city council to include exceptions to section, 5 or 4? Correspondence to council members. And we'll turn it over to our city manager, Brian Mohan, for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So if you recall, we were just here at council a month and a half ago to consider revisions to policy 1.03 to add a specific section for dedicated resources for motions related to council motions related to various staff reports, resolutions, and ordinances. When that then was being posted to the various internal documents as to where they reside, it was noticed that the Section 4 was from the 1991 version of this particular policy. One thing that we do when when policies are revised is we go through a method to ensure that the entire policy is being met, because anytime things come to council, our auditors actually not only watch council, but they take a inventory of everything that's going to council, and they create a sample listing, and they can pull any item from that sample to ensure that it's been implemented the proper way, whether it be purchasing or anything like, of that nature. And in policies and procedures, they do significant amount of testing. They will be on site here in a matter of weeks. And so Section 4 was noticed and identified, and it states, correspondence sent to city council members from staff shall be copied in all cases to all city council members and the city manager unless such correspondence is of a confidential nature. When we saw that, we were taken back, and I met with the city attorney, city clerk, and immediately we put into practice procedures to ensure that we were meeting this particular section of this policy. Since then, there's been many questions from staff as to what should be included, what is confidential in nature, what potentially is part of the deliberative process of any future meeting, and so forth. So in meeting with the city attorney, city clerk, myself, along with specific staff, we put together a list of possible situational-based items that could be considered for possible exceptions to this section. And I'll just go through this list. It's identified in the staff report as well. But the first 5 items here are related to media-related communication with council. And there are many times when media is looking for council quotes, whether it be from the mayor or from a district council member for an event, an item, ribbon cutting, whatever it may be that affects their specific district. So in this is, from a media perspective, inserting certain exceptions related to communication with individual council members. The other items, which are listed items 6 through 21, are items that we tried to think about everything that potentially could be a situation, and we're bringing it to you just so that you can have an informed decision as to what your deliberative process will be on this. But item 6 is communications related to commissioner board member applications, basically everything that just occurred here tonight on K1, and how that ultimately then gets to a slate and deliberative process related to a potential agenda item. 7 through 12 here are just various communications related to commissioners, board members, related to the appointment, so very similar to 6. Specific complaints regarding specific council members, unless the complaint is addressed to a majority of the city council. Could be a potential possible exception if approved by majority of council. Communication related to any issues, matters between staff and any council member regarding any item the respective council member placed on a customer relations management chart. So what the CRM is basically is any inquiry that comes in from any of our residents or vendors or businesses go through our CRM software for tracking purposes. Communication related to logistical matters, such as travel-related arrangements pertaining to travel to and from city-related events. Communications related to scheduling information and arrangements related to organizing and preparing calendars for any given council member. Communications related to payment arrangements and per diem information related to attendance or participation in a city-related event or city council-approved event. Communications related to questions pertaining to a constituent regarding the status of any matters limited to a specific district. Communications between a specific council member and his or her constituent regarding any manner or matter limited to the respective council member's district. Communication between staff and council member regarding any specific questions about any given agenda item and related staff reports and other documents. This could be benign questions that could be good information for all council members, or specific concerns, matters that are potentially getting into the deliberative process. So you have kind of two potential scenarios on that one. Communications related to compensation and benefits issues regarding any specific council member. Communications related to contact information requested by any specific council member regarding any city-related matter. Communications related to the availability of any specific council member for attendance at any city event or activity. Communications related to any materials produced or provided for a council member scheduled meeting with his or her constituents. Communications related to the reference letters prepared for any council member not being presented on behalf of the city council or the city. And the last one, communications related to any personnel matters such as, but not limited to, health issues, family matters, financial matters, payroll or tax garnishments, personal employment issues, and personal non-city related litigation. I would also like to just add that although this list looks exhaustive, the city attorney, city clerk, and myself are not going to be able to have every single scenario that may come up in the future listed here. And so I just want to state that there may be some scenario in the future that does arise that was not thought about today. The recommendations as part of this particular staff report is consider revisions to policy 1.03 to include exceptions to section 4, correspondence to council members, and take whatever action deemed necessary and or appropriate. With that, I am available for any questions that you may have, as well as colleagues from city attorney and city clerk, as this particular item is coming from all three of us.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. So with that, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the dais for council questions of staff, and maybe a unnecessary question, but I just, to make sure we clarify and want to be extra careful on this one. In all of the various exceptions that are being listed that you just read off, it says council member. So just, I think it applies to the mayor as well, but just want to make sure. I don't want to leave that up to question.
Yes, it does. In fact, in our actual ordinance, there is, although there is mayoral duties, when it comes to this council member and or mayor, in certain sections, there is no designation of mayor and council members. So this would follow that and include everyone.
Great, thank you. Looking at my colleagues to see if there's any other questions. Councilmember Delgado.
So there are a couple that I'd like to. Oh, yeah, I don't have questions. This is my bad. I'm gonna.
Okay.
That's questions of staff. Okay.
The siren's got to
Any other questions before we move to public comment? Okay, it looks like there's no other questions, so we will go ahead and turn it over to City Clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. We do. Roy Blecker.
I didn't want to disappoint Mr. Ed and not comment on this one. Since our esteemed city manager made the point of how this issue relates to communications as we did with K1, let me take this opportunity to teach those who are not as familiar with that. If you're commenting just in a very general, vague way of items on the agenda, you can do this, so this is how you expand it. So I'm hoping this council, before we leave this meeting, put a motion on the table. So we won't have to go through the process we just did. And so communication between the council and staff and the community are much clearer. So let's put a motion on the table to reform the way we pick the planning commission because it's contentious. Let's tone that down and make it where it's going to work. Let's put a motion on the table to review that. And I will give you again, just to refresh your memory, this is how you do it. We're going to have a committee, put everybody in like we did. It's on, unless I think maybe we've junked the old tapes or whatever, but it's still on there. Everybody who applies is an interview out in public. We get to hear, you get to ask the questions. Then we can come up here and then make an informed decision. That's why I didn't make any recommendations. Some people I've known for 40 years, some people I have no idea who they are. So how can I make an informed decision? How can you make one? How can it even get on the agenda if this is? It's the process that's bad, and I'm giving you a recommendation on how to fix it. Like with this. We should be probably the next 6 months we could take to reform all this if there was a will in the council and the staff to do it. That's your decision. Now you have the info. Let's see if you're going to act on it. Well, let's see how fast we can act on it. When I can guarantee you, and I've been around this most longer than any of you, when you want something done, it gets done like that. And this is so it doesn't cost any money. Just takes the will to do it. So let's put the motion on the table before we leave. Let's put it in place. Let's get on there. So when we come back, we can all make informed decisions and recommendations. And maybe at that point, that'll be the impetus of where we can turn this city around.
That concludes public comment, Mayor, on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the dais for any council deliberation if desired. I just want to say thank you to staff. Thanks for catching this and bringing forward these recommendations to just clean it up. I know you all try your best to make sure that we're running an efficient ship and making sure that we're taking care of business. So just appreciate you guys, bringing this forward.
Mr. Mayor, may I just make
Yes.
one observation or offer an observation? Sometimes staff, we agonize over these situations because, which is not very productive, and it's sometimes very counterproductive because we spend a lot of time going back and forth and asking, is this something that falls within the policy? Is this something that's considered to be confidential? And that's why this issue has come up, and we just need clear direction from all of you, or majority of you, as to what should be exempt from this policy, if anything.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. So I'm pretty comfortable with all of the points. I think it's 21 in here that are listed. Just to give an example, like every morning, the 5 of us get all of our calendars. Like, I don't think that's necessary, you know, like every single day, right? Those little things that we can cut out. Like I don't need to know what's on Ed's calendar every day or what's on Elena's calendar every day. We can ask for it if we want it, but every morning, 5 emails, boom. So it's just little things that we can cut out. But any other council members, any other comments? Councilmember Delgado.
So Roy, I'm up on you one. I think I'll have the last one too. There are just a few that I'd like to so when we started doing this, last 3 weeks ago, I thought it was pretty cool that this body understands what is going on in the city. Now, I agree that I started getting your calendar, like you have no confirmed appointments. I don't care about that. I really don't care about that. I don't really care about a lot of the stuff, but there are a few things that I think I would like to keep, and I'll throw the number out there and to see if you guys agree. Number 11, communications related to scheduling information arrangements related to organizing and preparing calendars for any, oh, my bad, that's the one. 15, communication between staff and councilmen regarding any specific questions about any given agenda item and related staff reports and other documents. What that's going to do is if Erlon has a question about the agenda, and it's a general question and not a vote, but it's a general question that goes out to everybody, that what if we have the same question that clarifies it? So, I mean, that's a good, you know, just, if you have a question, maybe I do too, on that clarification point. So number 15. Number 18, communications related to availability of a specific council member or mayor for attendance at any city event or activity. Now, the only reason I would want that is, do I cover for the mayor, or not literally the mayor, but cover as an alternate? I think it's important that I know, hey, I'm not going to be there, and then I get queued up that, hey, I'm the alternate. Do I show up? So that's a good one. And there's only a few. I mean, but like you said, a lot of them are benign. Like, So I would say, my time's up. No. Communications between staff at 15, 18, and I think that was it for. I know I had a lot more that I was thinking, and then I started reading every day, and I don't need those, but I thought it was cool, and I think it is cool that we get what's going on in the city. Like if you had an issue with a constituent that I may have the same issue, I can, hey, do I have that issue in my district? And I can call one of you guys. So that, just 15 and 18, if you guys are okay with that, just getting rid of that exclusion and continue to get emails regarding communication between staff and council member regarding any specific questions about any given agenda item. That's, I mean, again, they know that they're not going to give me information on a vote. You know, if hey, what is Erling going to vote on? That's not going to happen. And then the availability of a council member at something that I may have to cover for.
I want to say I agree. I think number 15 is super important. I think if, you know, there's a question regarding, you know, going back to 415, a specific agenda item, we all should know, because it's a heads up, it's a flagging, it's something that makes it, hey, pay attention to this because it's coming. You know, I think that's really important. Number 15 needs to be definitely not there. But for sure, I really don't know want to know if you're having for lunch, Ed.
Right?
On a Saturday or a
what
Sunday.
What I chose for closed session dinner, right?
Number 18, if I could respond to CM Delgado, maybe we amend that or change it to say, like you mentioned, like alternates, right? Because it does happen sometimes. Maybe we just change the language to say, like, if it's applicable, for, like if someone is absent, if the primary is absent, then alternate, like whoever it applies to.
The communication between before, like you email, say, hey, I'm unfortunately I can't make the RCTC. Can you ask the alternate? Well, I already got that. I mean, by them CCing me, and I got it. So I'm like, I'm on it. Say yes, I can make it or not. So that was important to me.
Absolutely.
I don't mind all the communications. I delete them when I get them, and I feel a lot more informed. I'm getting information. We're getting a lot of emails, and I even have less questions because somebody else asked, and we're getting the response to everybody's questions. We're getting, now I know, you know, I may have said, oh, I'm not going to be able to attend something, And then I get in the morning, oh, Delgado's going to Good Morning, Marina Valley. And I'm like, oh, I'm actually available. And so I see it on his calendar and now I'm able to go. But there's a lot of information that we get. And I think that most of these, I don't even need any of these exceptions. I don't mind seeing all the information, and it gives us, we're privy to each. I've been asking for the calendar of the mayor, and he didn't want to share it. So, we had to go to staff and say, isn't this something that he has to release? And so now we're seeing it every day, and we know where we are. Everything I do here in the city, I do it with public funds. So if I'm asking a staff member to attend something with me, if I'm purchasing a ticket to an event, or if I'm out representing the city, I think my colleagues should know and have access to that. As the residents should. If they put in a PRA, they should know what I'm attending, what I'm spending, and where I'm at during the week, and the correspondence.
If I could ask a question for staff, as PRAs were mentioned, does this in any way, shape, or form affect public records requests?
No. So it's been, I know the city clerk may want to comment about this, because I know that under this current city clerk administration, she has started a practice of sharing public records requests with the entire council.
Right, something I asked for
That's very helpful.
a couple years ago, but I'm glad that's being implemented now, and we're all getting it. I've been getting it for quite a while, for months, and now everybody's getting it. So those are the types of things where I was getting it because I'd asked for it, but I didn't know to ask for it. Probably my colleagues didn't know to ask for it, but because I asked for it, they all got it. And now they're like, wow, did you see these? I'm like, yeah, I asked for that.
Thank you for clarifying that, because I know you've been asking for them, but everybody else has been getting copies.
I just got an idea. How you log the kind of the public records request, just a thought, going back to, not that I need to know your calendars or what you're having for lunch. If there's a way, like, if you want to go into that area, I don't create more work, but if you want to know what everyone else is doing, then you go into that log or into that area so you know what people are doing, versus getting all these emails. That's the key. It's filtering, it's becoming, transparency is great, but to be administratively burdensome, that's where you got to balance it out, right? It's cumbersome, it's not effective governance. So let's be wary about that.
Yeah, and it's just a lot of emails that, again, it kind of causes some confusion because you get so many emails now that sometimes you might miss one, or you don't know which one is meant for you, which one isn't. It just has kind of, it's too much, it's too much information, but we can structure it in a different way, as you mentioned.
But as far as for this, K2, right, we have to finalize something tonight, right?
Yeah, you're looking for direction, clear direction from the council, correct?
Yeah, as recommended, and take whatever action deemed necessary and appropriate. So, as the policy that was attached is the current policy with no revisions. There's no red lines. These are just possible exceptions. So staff is looking for direction as to what council would like in this particular policy.
So I would like to make a motion that we approve staff's recommendations with the exception of, or remove items 15 and 18 from the list.
From the exception list.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Make a motion to approve that.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bacasana Cruz?
No.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes with 4 yeses and 1 no, which brings us now to item L, which is the Regional Commission Committee Board Reports. And we do have a few. Looks like it's going to be CM Bernard and myself for today. So I'll go ahead and start with the Riverside County Transportation Commission. Tonight, I'm providing updates from the RCTC Budget and Implementation Committee meeting held on April 28th. The committee approved the conducting of public hearings for the proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget. The committee recommended the commission to adopt policy to act as lead agency pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, known as CEQA, for fixed guideway projects seeking state or federal discretionary grants. Establishing the commission to be lead agency for all fixed guideway projects in Riverside County. That concludes my report on the last RCTC Budget and Implementation Committee meeting. Second report is at the RCA Board of Directors. It's the Riverside Conservation Authority meeting on May 5th, 2025. Reports for the Western Riverside County Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan, known as MSHCP, fee collection, joint project review status, acquisition status, monthly investment, and single signature authority were received and filed. Staff introduced and provided a presentation on state and federal legislative updates. RCA staff traveled to Sacramento with the Habitat Conservation Planning Coalition and met with administration officials, legislators, and their staff. The coalition underscored the important role of the natural community conservation plans, including the MSHCP, in conserving critical species and their habitat while streamlining the environmental review process for housing, transportation, and other infrastructure projects. In terms of federal updates, RCA staff submitted its final programmatic request for consideration by members of Congress to increase funding for the Cooperative Endangered Species Conservation Fund, also known as Section 6 grants, from which RCA competes for land acquisition funding. Staff provided a presentation on Western Riverside County Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan. We got to abbreviate all those. 101 Part 1, an overview of MSHCP basics, including the geography of the plan area, the Endangered Species Act permits, history behind the motivation and need to develop the MSHCP, benefits of the MSHCP, the stakeholders involved, what the RCA is and what it does, covered abilities and covered species. Finally, there was a presentation on the reserve of the month, Olson Canyon Reserve, approximately 420 acres, located in the western part of the plan area, funded using MSHCP fees. The next meeting is on June 2nd, 2025 at 12:30 p.m. at the Riverside County Board of Supervisors building. And then third one, real quick one, for the Southern California Association of Governments. Staff and I were able to attend last week on Thursday and Friday, and wanted to highlight an accomplishment from staff recognizing the city of Moreno Valley. There were a few awards that were given out during the conference, and one of them was a sustainability award recognizing the city of Moreno Valley's electric vehicle fleet and our sustainable efforts here. So I want to shout out Sean Kelleher, Melissa Walker, all of our staff from the CM's office down for getting that award. And, we were able to go up on stage and, take a picture with everybody. So yes, that deserves a nice round of applause. Also, I was asked by Mayor Locke Dawson to serve on the legislative committee for SCAG, and just learned yesterday that I've been confirmed by the president, which, by the way, the new president who just took helm of SCAG on Friday or Thursday is Long Beach City Council member Cindy Allen. I believe it's Cindy Allen, council member from Long Beach. So she'll be the mayor for the next year, or I'm so tired. She'll be the chair of SCAG, or the president of SCAG for the next year. And then the last one, real quick as well, League of California Cities. The League Leaders Conference was also able to go up to Sacramento with staff, city manager, Lana, Sean, Melissa, many others that went up as a coalition to Sacramento for a couple of days to meet with state legislators, Sabrina Cervantes' office, Corey Jackson's office, Caltrans, the governor's office of business, known as GoBiz, and a few others to make sure that we're stating our position on certain pieces of legislation, making sure that we're advocating, voicing our opposition or support for particular bills that are currently moving through the legislative process, whether it's committee or pretty soon going to be coming to the floor for a vote, and then those that make it out going to the governor's desk for a possible signature. So I appreciate staff for making the time to go up there. It's a lot of work. It's pretty tiring, but we have to do it, to make sure that Moreno Valley, our priorities are heard in Sacramento. So that'll conclude my reports for this evening, and I'll turn it over to CM Bernard for RTA.
Thank you. Tonight I'm providing updates from the RTA Board of Directors meeting held on April 24th. The board received an update on the mentorship program from Riverside Transit Agency and ATU Local 1277. The board authorized to award an agreement to A to Z Bus Sales, Inc. for the purchase of 26 Glavel Entourage 24 passenger vehicles for a contracted fixed route transportation services in the amount not to exceed $10,413,000. And that concludes my report on the last RTA Board of Directors meeting.
Thank you. Next up, item M, Employee Association reports. We do not have one this evening, which brings us to item N, the City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Just to add on the SCAG award that the mayor mentioned, we are now up to 37 electric vehicles as we go through the electrification process of our fleet as mandated by the State of California legislature. So again, we are still leading the Inland Empire in that effort. Public Safety Expo, want to mention that that is coming up on the 17th of this particular month from 10 to 2, and it will be here at City Hall, just south of City Hall on Calle San Juan de los Logos. There was one comment, well, maybe a few comments made related to bicycles near Morrison Park. Just want to let everybody know, and unfortunately, one of the speakers that mentioned it is not here at this particular point in time, but we'll be reaching out to that individual, letting them know that staff is looking at accelerating the expansion of the Morrison Park parking lot to potentially mitigate or partially mitigate the need for them to park on the street, as we're hoping to increase the parking lot size to what would be the northwest of that particular park. Also, another constituent mentioned TSA, or what we call the Salvation Army, and that they have shuttered and left the city. Not completely true. What has currently transpired is they have had some issues with the current property owner, and they have closed that particular location. They are looking for a new permanent location within the city, but they are still providing food services, showers, and referrals out of the Cornerstone Church right now. So just want to make sure that everybody has the proper information that TSA has not shuttered and is leaving the city. And related to the comments of $3 million, I just want to mention that that particular agency has had a multitude of various earmark funds from Senator Takano's office to the tune of $2 million, and then another $1 million was from pandemic funding that we had. So it's not coming out of the general fund for those particular funding sources. Also, as you all know, I was out of the country on bereavement leave last week. I just want to thank all of E-Team for getting it done while I was out. I'd also be remiss if I didn't additionally thank Lana and Sean for keeping the city manager operations going, because not only were they picking up all of my duties, but they were still doing all of their duties along with hundreds and hundreds of emails. And all of you, as well as council, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, thank you for the support and condolences. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That concludes my comments tonight.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So with that, we'll go ahead and move into closing comments from the council, and we'll go to District 4 first.
Thank you. I first want to talk about Earth Day. Earth Day did what Earth Day did. It rained, but I want to applaud Jeremy and his staff with coming up with some things and shifting things very quickly, and that included shifting the reptile show indoors and allowing for a unique experience for anybody that was here, so we didn't let it rain on our parade. I attended the adult egg hunt, which was, like always, fun but cold. So I don't know, maybe we'll put some heaters out there. I want to invite the District 4 to come out for my conversations with Shay, as they have deemed it, on May 15th at the District 4 Library at 6:30. So please, please, please come out to that. And I've had a few people talk to me because they don't like my closing comments about this administration. But I'm going to continue. So I'm going to read a very important amendment that goes with everything that I talk about when I'm saying you just can't make people disappear. It's going to be from that little thing called the Constitution, Amendment number 5. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb. That's double jeopardy for those of you that missed that part. Nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, not be deprived of life, liberty, or property without, ding, 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 due process of law. Nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. So, for the few people out there that want me to stop talking about this administration, I just cannot and I will not. We'll also talk about Amendment number 22, which states that no one shall be president more than twice. So let's just make sure we do that, unless you're going to do a ratification of it, which takes 3/4 for that to happen. So again, I will ask that we continue to see the humanity in people, that we continue to speak up for those that are less fortunate than us. And if you see something and you know that it's wrong, even if you're scared, please speak out, say something, because the cruelty of it all is what this is really about. The cruelty of us not speaking out and desensitizing us to what's happening. I know Tariff Day was yesterday, so we're still trying to see how it's going to hit. Who knows? We might wake up tomorrow and the tariffs will all be gone. But I do know we have a reprieve for 90 days and China's just not going to budge. So I think as a whole in this community, we should take care of each other. We should take care of our children. We should take care of our neighbors and just be good people. I know some people would like me to talk about what happened the last time we were here. I won't dignify that with a conversation because there were a lot of personal hits that were taken, and I just choose to move on with my day and continue to serve the constituents that elected me. And at any given time, if the mayor or Councilmember Gonzalez would ever like to speak to me regarding what they have now considered a new majority rule, I would like to just tell you how many combinations to the lock there are for this majority rule. 2-3, 3-2, 4-1, 1-4, 5-0, and 0-5. Not that many combinations. But what I do know is if I look at the numbers, because the mayor did have a PRA pulled regarding that meeting to see all communications between all of us and city staff, I can tell you for a fact that I can pull your votes and tell you that 2 of you vote together all the time. So when you come for me, make sure that everything that you're saying is correct and make sure that you have everything you need to do to back it up. Because what that PRA showed was I have normal conversations with staff, what's going on with this report, what is going on with that. There was no conspiracy. And I'm going to leave it at that. And with that, I bid you a good night.
Next up, District 3.
Wow. Okay. So I'm going to go back to K1. I'm going to tell a story of, because I know I'm the only one on the dais who was on the Planning Commission. So when I first applied to the Planning Commission, this is a decade ago or more, applied. And I will never forget, one of the first things I went to meet Council Member Marcelo Coe, if you guys remember that. I went to meet with him in his garage, and he interviewed me. He interviewed me for the Planning Commission. So I wasn't selected back then. It took me a while. And there was different rules of the game back then. I was finally selected for the Planning Commission back in 2015. I was very excited. And I served as an alternate planning commissioner for 2 years. I did everything right. I did all the academies. At that time, there was no quorum. There was always vacancies because that council slate at that time didn't fill those vacancies for whatever reason. And again, that's just the way it was, right, back then. And when I wanted to become a permanent planning commissioner, I wasn't selected. I was disappointed. But because of that, you know, if my memory, I don't mistake myself, Mr. Desjardins was appointed as a permanent planning commissioner. So, you know, and this is the thing, Councilmember Delgado, this is a political process. It's a deliberative process. These are the rules that we have decided, prior councils, of how we, especially I'm focusing on the Planning Commission and other boards and commissions, but you know, the way I decided to select District 3 representatives, those were my decisions. And I hear you calling me out of not getting back to certain people, but that was my way of doing it. I chose Gabby Mendez, Omar Kobiam for a reason, right? And I thank you for your suggestions, your recommendations. And I try not to intervene in other districts' decisions because I respect you and I know why you do things. Now, we're going to have an opportunity to decide who ends up at the end of the day on the Planning Commission. That's okay. That's the process. But we are in a political process. That's just the way it is. Our nation is divided amongst different branches, amongst different political parties. It's the way it is. And we have to navigate through that as best we can, as respectfully as we can. And I want to say that so people know that this is not a, you know, what people think and people make up stories in their heads of how things happen, but they don't happen the way people think they happen. But people want to think that way, right? So just wanted to make that clarification. I want to thank staff for what they've done with getting back to Miss Jessica Gibbons, Bike Mobile. I want to read a comment that she put on Instagram. Very nice thing to staff. She said, I've had very productive calls yesterday and today. The city has heard us and is looking to possible solutions. Thank you, the City of Moreno Valley, for staff for listening and working with us. And they tagged myself and I think Councilmember Bernard and the mayor. And she said, thank you so much. Almost every time I talk with someone from the city, it has been very productive. So again, thank you, staff. Thank you, Sean. Thank you for reaching out to Ms. Gibbons and trying to resolve her issues. And I'm sure we'll have good things coming out of that. And with that said, I'll end there. Dia de las Madres, Mother's Day, May 10th and 11th. So please call your moms if you still have them in your life. Make sure you take them out, call them, your wife, and all the moms out there that do so much for us, because without them, we wouldn't be here. Good night.
Next up, D2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to disrespectfully. I'm going to respectfully disagree with you regarding appointments to the Planning Commission should not be political. That's, like you said, it's political. It shouldn't be political at all. It should be what's best for the city of Moreno Valley. I digress. So I attended the egg hunt. Thank you, Jeremy. That I saw Jeremy out there throwing eggs everywhere, and he was trying to fool everybody, yes, by throwing the golden eggs, but then picking up 15 and then throwing 2 more. He did a great job doing that. I attended the Senior Citizens Commission meeting, which is always amazing. And again, I can't believe how busy they are over there. So to Jeremy and his folks, thank you for keeping our seniors busy. I attended Wake Up Moval, and there was a presentation by Waste Management, and there was some really good information, and they recorded it. So if you want to look up Wake Up Moval, there's some great information regarding waste management. I spoke last Saturday at the Steps for Vets and represented the JPA and the City of Moreno Valley, talking about how we appreciate our vets in the City of Moreno Valley, like Mr. I.E. Informer stated. They are a very intricate part of Moreno Valley, and we do honor them and appreciate them. Like D3 said, Orlan said, Happy Mother's Day. I don't want to forget to say that, but my mom passed 10 years ago, so it's my wife and my daughter. This will be her second Mother's Day, so happy Mother's Day. I want to highlight a member of our community, Miss Karina Zermino. Karina is the coordinator of the Student of the Month, Student of the Year for the Moreno Valley Unified School District and the Valverde School District. They just finished up their season of Students of the Month, and I kind of talk about them all the time, but we went to the Student of the Year, I think last Friday night, and it was amazing. These kids are absolutely amazing. I thought I had a story. I cannot even come close to their story. So, but Karina is doing this as a volunteer. Karina does not get paid for this. She literally goes out and she solicits donations for their care bags or their bags, their goodie bags, for the breakfast, for the venue, and she does it all out of her heart. So I like to highlight Karina, and I think everybody up here knows her. I know the mayor knows her very well. She's an amazing, amazing person. So in the future, I want to talk to the city manager about honoring her a little bit more formally. But back in the 80s, there was a saying by Blockbuster Video. Some of you guys might remind that. Be kind, rewind. You guys remember that? Be kind, rewind. I know Mr. Vasquez is up there, so he has no idea what I'm talking about. Okay. Be kind, rewind, you guys. This is, Riley doesn't know. Riley has no idea what I'm talking about. When I first started my deliberations on K1, I said, look, we can do this civilly without disrespect, and we did it. And I mean, yeah, we don't agree on everything, but we did it respectfully. We did it as a body, and I hope that we did it for the betterment of the city of Moreno Valley, not for us, because this is not about us. And if you're doing this for us, I ought not be here. So I do appreciate everybody coming out. And like I think Shaylinda said, or one of my peers said, it's amazing that this many people want to be involved. I think maybe the mayor said it, but this is really cool. This is a great problem to have, right? That there's so many people that want to be involved, but we got to do it right, and we got to do it for what's best for the city. So be kind, rewind. Remember Mother's Day is coming up, so honor thy mother and thy father, but
Not till June.
Not till June. Thank you.
All right, D1.
Thank you so much. So I've been here a long time as well. This month we have lived here 35 years. I know I don't look that age, but yes. I was 15 when we moved here 35 years ago this month. So I started high school here. I love this city. I've probably spent more time in this dais and more evenings in this dais and at the school district than everybody except Roy. Since the last meeting, I have attended the Utilities Commission. We continue to get, they're very informational, like study sessions, just informing the commissioners of the changes and everything about the commission, the changes, what they're doing, upcoming upcoming programs and changes since we're moving from one consultant into several. So that's always very informative. I invite you to come and sit. The only audience member we have each month is Mr. Jackson in the back. So come on out. I also attended the Mosaic Gala, where they recognize students across the region and educators who are promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. So thank you to Commissioner Taylor for inviting me out there, and Judy White for keeping this entity alive and receiving all of the donations so that they can provide student scholarships. So that's a great program, and I was happy to attend. I also attended Earth Day, but I got out right before the rain, so I did get to the booths and did get to share the day with a lot of residents, but I did head out right before the rain. I also attended the Student of the Month dinner, the Student of the Year dinner, and these students are chosen from students who are chosen each month, and the students that are being chosen as Student of the Month are not particularly the students who are like doing the best academically. These students are chosen because they have overcome some type of incident, whether it be health or family related, that could have put a stumbling block in their path. I was asked to give the closing comments, and just to show you what who these kids are, I want to read just a little bit of my comments. As I look around this room, I don't just see students, I see survivors, fighters, comeback stories in the making. Each of you has carried burdens most never see. You faced moments that could have broken you, but you refused to break. You've chosen grit over giving up, hope over hopelessness, and that choice, your choice, is what brought you here tonight. So it's very important that we recognize these students who are here in our community. And I'll also close with, when you go and you get your education with their $1,000 scholarship, that they come back and they give back. And that's what we're doing up here. And so we've got to be raising and recognizing, just like we did this afternoon with Fiat, recognizing those students who, despite roadblocks and just awful things that are happening, that they continue to grow and will become great parts of our community. I also want to let you know that I will be holding a community engagement this Thursday at 6 p.m. at Liberty Church in Edgemont. So please come on out. Our summer soaring guide is out, and that includes our swimming lessons that we have, Jeremy, thank you for negotiating use of the pool at Valley View this summer. So if you have especially if you have a pool, please get some swimming lessons for your kids. And this Saturday, Mexican Mother's Day, and Sunday, American Mother's Day. So 2 opportunities to celebrate the mothers or mother figures in your lives. And I just want to give a special shout out to my grandson's mother, Aaliyah. Thank you for raising my grandson. Being a mother is the best job I've ever had, except for being a grandmother. So with that, thank you.
All right, and just in closing, I wasn't going to mention this, but because District 4 Councilmember Bernard loves to keep mentioning me and bringing me up, just will briefly respond that, you know, yeah, it's fine, you know. Again, the people see it, right? Like at the end of the people see how you act. You're on the mic right now, okay? You're on the microphone right now. So I just want to say that you know, you say a lot, and you know, I always try my best to work with every council member up here on this dais. But some people just can't control their emotions and can't keep their composure, as much as I try to be professional, right? So at the end of the day, I think one of her last comments was at the last meeting that it was kind of facetious. It was like, because you're the people, right? At the end of the day, we're elected by the people. We represent the people of our districts and the people of our city to be their voice, to propose what we said we were going to do if we were to be elected to these seats. So you see an example of I think, a way not to govern our city and to not carry yourself. We should always strive to keep our composure, not govern from a place of emotion, and try to come to an understanding and an agreement. And I think we do our best to do that, even when we disagree on something like K1. So also just respectfully to Councilmember Delgado, during K1, you brought up my son. Respectfully would appreciate it if you don't do that again, especially not to use it against me, because I would never do that to you. So just out of respect, please, let's keep family out of it. And next week, we have an event that we've been doing for a few years. So this is something that I'm really proud of, but we have a program called Mobile Learns, where the city collaborates with Moreno Valley College. And we are, again, recognizing the new cohort from the past year, bringing them here into the chamber and doing something special for them. You know, these are really bright young folks that are studying here at Moreno Valley College and going on to do really big things, hopefully to, you know, get their bachelor's degrees, get their master's degrees, PhDs, et cetera, and then come back and give their time and skills and education and knowledge and wisdom back into our community. So, you know, just really happy to be a part of an organization that provides these opportunities, whether that is employment through jobs or, you know, opportunities to volunteer through our boards and commissions and the various events that we have in the city. Really, really happy for all of those folks that have gone through these cohorts for Mobile Learns. And thank you to staff, especially economic development. Keith, I know you've been a crucial part of that program. So thank you for all the work that you've put into that to make sure that all those students have the resources that they need to succeed. And then last but not least, it has already been mentioned, Mother's Day, right? Happy early Mother's Day to all the mothers, all the mother figures out there. And Feliz Día de las Madres a todas las mamás que están viendo en la televisión. Gracias, you know, thank you for everything that you all do to make sure that our society moves forward, that we progress, that we're all taken care of, and that we come out stronger every single day. So with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn this longer than usual meeting, and we will adjourn.
Mayor.
Yes.
Wait.
Excuse me.
Before you adjourn, there is a new item, Section P, that must be addressed, please.
That is correct, yes. Yeah, bailiff, if you could please make sure she gets escorted out. Thank you. So item P, future agenda items, looking to my colleagues who are still here. Any requests? No. Okay. So that brings us to Q, adjournment, and we will officially adjourn today's meeting at 10:03 p.m. Thank you.
No balls.